It's the Jim Fannon Show. We've come to take your mind.
Am I still on? Show. It's my birthday. I'm gonna party like it's my birthday, and we don't give a fuck because it's not your birthday. We're gonna hit regional council and other stuff, whatever I want, basically. Welcome aboard. I always get so tired from the open. It used to be my favorite part, like when I did the radio show. The coming in was the best part. You get so wound up, and I used to use Lust for Life, Iggy Pop. This is the set. That's Clayton. He's the broker owner. And Annie, she's the executive producer. Basically, she's the funds behind the project. And the boss. Yeah, she tells me what to do. So that's the set where we're at. Viva Real Estate in Cabarete. I hate to feel a little naked because you know where I am and you could just come down here. Thankfully, I have no issues with people in this country. No one's looking for me. Like Canada. Or they will send the mob after you. This is Jim Bradley. Sandor Ligetfalvy will be coming up at some point. They're just going through, I don't know what they're going through. I'm not paying close attention to it yet. But we have two things coming up tonight on Regional Council. And you know what? I'm trying to get away from politics. I'd rather just, later we'll just sit here and play music and bullshit each other. And if you want a Zoom link, I don't have you because we had an internet outage. But let me get back into Zoom. And yes, there is a Zoom link. If you want to get in and tell me how great I am, I'll let you. If you want to call in and tell me why I suck, I'm down with that too. And even better if you can carry a conversation and you don't mind your likeness being used.
Recording in progress.
See, recording in progress. So I got a Zoom meeting open for you. If you wanted to get in, it's my birthday. It's the least you could do is come in and tell me I'm great and that you love me. I mean, is that too much to ask? So we're going to hit some politics today. Again, this is not an audition for censored.tv. I'm gay for Gavin, but this is not the show that I would use as my resume to get on the show on his network. So that's that. I'm stalling for time here because, well, Bradley...
Mutual interest, and I believe it was a
what's Bradley talking
productive
about?
meeting. I look forward to future conversations with Chief LaForme.
So we're going through...
and we find ways to work together.
The minutiae
Tomorrow we will welcome
of
representatives
council,
from Niagara's
basically.
Francophone community.
I think you'd probably rather look at me. So that's it. We're done. I don't need to see Sandor. Sandor's okay. So what we got up at the regional council tonight is the gag order on presentations. So they want to be able to say, no, we don't like you. Your name's Jim Fannon, and you said nasty things about a politician in the past, and we will not allow you to present. I could be presenting tonight. I should be presenting tonight, actually. But, presenting takes a lot of preparation, rehearsal if you're going to do it right, and tech. There's all kinds of slideshows and shit like that. And I'm trying to sell some real estate. So I will do a show here and there. I've been cutting back way much on the shows. I've been cutting back way much. That's good times. And I didn't think that it would be wise for me to be doing a presentation to council. One, I'm not in the country, even though legally I'm still in the country. I have an address. I live in St. Catharines. I disclosed the location after I left the country, unwisely. If you know me well, you knew where I lived. I mean, if you came on my show, you came to the cellar sessions, you know what was up. So they have a gag order coming before, and all of this stuff is going to probably just breeze through and die. Diversity, inclusivity, and the best one, equity. It's not about equality anymore. It's not about getting treated equally. It's about, if you're disadvantaged, we have to build you up and give you an advantage. It's like affirmative action everywhere. I'm in Dominican Republic. I don't see many female moto coaches. There's no movement down here for women to get into the industry. I don't see women bricklayers. There's some jobs that women just don't want to do. But this is what they're talking about: diversity, inclusivity, and equity, not equality. Equity is something fucking completely different. Equity is controlling the outcome. It's a predetermined outcome. Equality is here we go. Now we're cooking with fire.
Sabrina Hill.
Sabrina Hill
Diversity, Equity,
is a trans woman. Is that what you call her? Why are you wearing masks in the thing?
Women's Advisory Committee, both with
Okay,
the
so
Niagara region.
I
would
think
like to
how
speak
you
to
say
you
this
tonight
is
in favor of
Sabrina
the
Hill
strategic action plan.
is
When I was a younger person,
biological
struggling with my own
male.
gender
Can you
identity,
tell?
There were few
Okay,
allies.
so this is a
There were
man
even fewer places
that has
I could turn to for
parcel,
support, and safety.
Spit
Around
it out,
every
Jimmy.
corner, there was just a potential to be
partially
bullied, the possibility
transitioned.
of being mocked,
Okay, so I guess you call this a trans woman.
and to be told that
I don't know what
was
his name was
simply
before, but you shall not
While
dead name
undoubtedly
the
unsure
trans
about
people.
Who I was and why I
This
didn't
is
share
her
the same
baby.
comfort and confidence
She's
and ease
bringing
with
this
myself
diversity,
as many of my
inclusivity,
friends.
and
I
equity
was aware
die.
of the
I love that.
struggles, of others
I mean,
who
Jordan
did
Peterson kind of
transition
ripped that off, and
what they
really, what do I need to listen to what
their
this
frustrations in finding employment, housing,
girl
dealing with depression,
has to say?
suicide, and
But
access to
she is the
adequate
chair of this committee.
This
What a
only
pure blood.
informed by
Bamba.
emotional turmoil
Pure
and
blood,
despair.
bro. No, Sandor
It
is
was
not
a
up yet,
short
primo.
first step when the region moved to create the
Hey,
diversity
sorry, yeah, that's just going to be boring. It's going to be a boring show all the way around. But I will see your comments if you chirp in. Pure blood is DJ Timmy Turnip. Timmy Turnip and I got, what do you call it, trespassed from a public beach last summer. Was it last summer? No, not last summer. Was it last summer? Is it lockdown summer? What year is it? Timmy Turnip has a DJ equipment mobile beach package that we took down to Sunset Beach, and not only were we kicked off the beach because we played, can you imagine your music's too loud at the beach? And then they trespassed us. We couldn't go to a public beach for 2 weeks. Every time we went down there, they called the cops on us. Like, what the fuck? You're kidding, right? You can't trespass someone from a public beach.
status.
So, Timmy, welcome aboard. I hope your back's better. He broke his back in a car
gender,
accident
sexuality,
before I left the country.
age, among other
And he's in
factors.
recovery. He's got the D&B. You'll be seeing him with the drum and
Individuals have
bass
unique
bike, yeah.
and overlapping identities.
He's going to have a drum and
These
bass bike. He's going to be
intersecting
rocking out a
aspects of
bike with
identity
huge fucking
result in
turntable,
some
well,
people
not huge
experiencing
speakers
more
and a
discrimination
turntable
than
mixer
others.
thing
in areas such as
Timmy
healthcare,
Turner, man, miss you, man.
employment, and housing.
Hope you get that shit together.
The plan addresses the negative impacts
Still going
of
psycho.
biases and discrimination on the quality of life.
Okay, so this is the
Safety, health,
chair
and
of the
inclusion.
committee. She's bringing her
Mr. Chair, if
plan to council. Council is going to ratify it because they're wholly left, corrupt, and diverse, inclusive, and
service delivery of new and existing services
equal.
and programs across the region. Ultimately making Niagara more
So this might be a longer show than I expected.
diverse and inclusive, unquestionably improving the lives and experiences
Further down the agenda, so Sandor was originally going to speak to this measure.
the region as an employer.
And oh no, he's speaking to this one. Oh, he's coming up next. Primo, yeah, stay tuned.
Across Canada and elsewhere.
I'm not really too concerned with what she says.
Diverse
And you
work-
notice I'm saying she. I don't care. If you want to be a she, I'll call you she. I don't care. It's not my fucking business. I don't care what you do. But
diverse
this is the chair. And I'm also racist and homophobic and white nationalist.
culture of
Of course, everyone, you remember that, right? It's not like you're going to let me slide on that.
collaborate.
I hate black people. That's why I moved to Dominican Republic.
Engagement and improves retention rates.
Okay, so maybe we
If
should
the
just let this
region wants
roll.
to further cement itself as an inclusive
She's not
employer,
that great a speaker,
one that
to be honest
fosters
with
and
you.
encourages accountability,
I'm not engaged.
community leadership, and good governance.
I don't even know what she
and one
does
that
not have my
responsibly
attention.
Reflects the community all across the region.
So Primo,
Council needs to
welcome
consider
aboard. Rob
adopting
Primo,
the framework
you guys have seen him. I've
presented and
interviewed many times. He's taken off on social media quite well. Find him on TikTok.
Missing in my life, my young life at the time, was a system of support.
Find him on,
While the work of our public
what else?
institutions
Find him
is
everywhere.
to
He's on
assist
Instagram.
equity,
Instagram's been doing
while
well
the
for
work of our
Robbie.
public institutions
TikTok, what's the latest one?
seeking
Oh, you guys got to do 7-second shorts on your YouTube channel because they're going, like, you get 35,000 hits and 100 subs. So there's a free tip for you. Shorts are being really promoted on the algos between 6 and 8 seconds. So if you have a channel and you're trying to grow it, every day do 5 or 6 different 5 or 6 second shorts.
which is still just in
And I just hit 700 subs, so I'll be monetized again soon,
now
hopefully.
being recognized.
This is Sabrina Hill. Sabrina Hill is the chair of the diversity, equity, and inclusion. I change it around. I say inclusion first, equity last, because equity is the most. Fuck. Like, I mean, if you're going to legislate diversity, okay, I guess. I don't really fucking I do actually care. The best man or woman for the job, period. What do you call that? Meritocracy?
And achieve
Yeah.
this noteworthy mandate.
This affirmative action shit is bullshit.
Again, this
Quotas.
by the region,
So you have 10 minutes to present,
more than just
and then they ask questions
it stands
only after in bulk. Like they don't,
hope and opportunity.
they won't ask her questions based on her presentation. Usually if there's multiple presentations, they just save their questions to the end and they call the person back to the lectern. It's not a podium. Podium's what you stand on to get your medal.
Generational cycle,
A lectern is what you stand behind, like this,
importantly for reminding them
to give a presentation. It's a lectern. It's not a podium. Fuck off.
there is hope. This concludes my comments in supporting the strategic
Oh,
action
man.
plan
And I
before
didn't
the
listen to
council
any of
this
it.
evening.
It's over already.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your delegation, and as I indicated, at the conclusion of all those delegating, we'll then have questions from members of council.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next delegate is Emily Kovacs,
Oh.
Executive Director, CEO, Niagara Folk Arts
Oh, no, I thought.
Multicultural Center.
I don't know who this is. I thought it was going to be Emily Spanton. And I was going to have a lot to say about that. Because
Welcome.
I hate women.
Members of council and members of the audience.
Why the mask?
Kovacs, I'm the
Fuck
Executive
off.
Director and CEO of the Niagara Folk
The
Arts
oh my
Multicultural
God.
Center. My apologies for wearing my mask, but it's my love to you that I'm giving by wearing this mask.
It's not. You're not
I wear also
protecting
my
anyone.
hat
Don't virtue.
Next to this hat, I'm also the Ontario Coalition of Agencies Serving Immigrant
Fuck.
Policy Chair.
I'm wearing this mask because I care about you
also
more than
sit
anyone
on the
else.
Equity and Diversity and Inclusion Council of the District School Board of Niagara. I sit at the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Advisory of the Niagara Regional Police, and I most recently have
I don't
been
think
the
you're gonna
Canadian
s-
delegate of the
Most of the delegates are going to speak in
annual
favor of this. I would
Tripartite
gamble.
Council for Refugees that
Shandor
support
will not.
NGOs.
Shandor's already spoken on this, and he's got the receipts. And I hope he brings them all up. So the Niagara Diversity, Inclusivity, and Equity Committee put out a survey, and they said, have you ever experienced discrimination? And they gave a bunch of options. They gave like 6 options in other. Okay, so have you been racially discriminated? Sex, age, I don't know. I can't remember what all the options were, but the one option was other. Get this. 24% of the people that took the survey indicated other vaccine discrimination. 24%. And then when the region's top 5 reasons for discrimination came out, it didn't make the top 5. They took it out. A quarter of the people that took the time to take the survey about discrimination said that they had been discriminated against because of their vaccination status, and for some reason it wasn't significant enough to make it into the report. 24% of the people, it wasn't even an option. It wasn't even included to check the box. You had to write it in. Write-in candidates don't do well because they're not on the ballot. Can you imagine a write-in candidate gets 24%? They win the election, for crying out loud, in Canada. So I think you're going to hear something. I hope you hear something about that from Sandor tonight, because he's got the receipts. These are the people that tell us that we won't include them because they're different. And then if you come with a different political opinion, conservative, you are silenced. If you say that you've had been discriminated against something that is sold to the whole population, i.e. masking and vaccinations, and you take the time to write in your candidate, and 24%, like it's unbelievably corrupt. And not only that, this is where everything is going now. Diversity, inclusivity, and equity.
And we invite you to come and be part of that transformational journey for them as well as for you. This coming weekend, September 23rd, 24th, and 25th, we will have an Indigenous immersion program in partnership with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, where immigrants and newcomers are learning through experience.
Well, I have to apologize. This is fucking boring as shit. But this is kind of like what these things are. These are not professional speakers. Can you imagine me presenting to council and letting 10 minutes rip? I should have done it.
That we haven't been taught. And finally, the last program that I want to talk to you about is on the weekend, we received 19 Afghan families, and we currently serve about 191 Ukrainians at our RAF program. And we continue to provide holistic support services for them in a way that is supportive of their mental health and their holistic case needs. So back to your plan. We want to thank you for actually, voting in favor of it at the corporate committee meeting. I had a chance to review your video as well as all the delegates. I'm very happy to answer any questions. I have thoughts and ideas about some of the.
Okay, so I'm hoping Shandor is going to come up next. I know this is horribly boring, but
I just want to say that the report.
I promise it'll be better later. I'm going to go to karaoke
well
night,
done,
or no,
well
open mic
researched,
night down the street in Cabarete.
Absolutely.
And my plan is to, I don't pick up girls in bars. I pick up bands in bars. So I think I'm going to go down to the bar and pick up a band and bring them back and tell them to play.
15 years behind other municipalities.
Maybe I'll just
and
leave it
that's not on
rolling.
us, that's on you.
I'll put up a whole.
So I
No, because then
asked
the
you
show goes too long and I can't cut it.
asked the report. I asked you to fund the report.
If it goes 2 hours, then I can't cut it into a podcast. So
people like
I'll try and keep.
the
When I come
19
on
Afghan
7.
families and people like the 191 Ukrainians depend on that. They count on
I've been
you.
recording for an hour
They built
15.
this
How long
country
have I been
with you.
broadcasting for?
So
Shit, I gotta
why
check
don't you
somewhere
do
else.
that?
I don't have a broadcast timer.
Thank you.
Somebody send me
Thank you very
another
much for your
text so I can see what
delegation this
time
evening.
it is.
Our next delegate
Comment.
is Ken
What time is it?
Kewall, resident, Town of Lincoln.
Good evening, Chair Bradley and Regional Council. My name is Ken Kewall, a resident of the Town of Lincoln and a member of the region's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion
Oh, for
Advisory
fuck's
Committee.
sakes.
I'm here to speak in
Oh,
support of the
for fuck's sakes.
recommendation to
This
approve
is, I just
DEI,
put it, I just let it
Action
roll and I
Plan
go for a smoke.
23 to 27. Niagara has a problem. The research supporting the DEI action plan clearly shows that while diversity in Niagara continues to increase, the region's current diversity, equity, inclusion, and community development initiatives are fragmented and not coordinated, with many organizations each trying to advance their own diversity plans and priorities. Some will argue that we need more dialogue, more research, more understanding. That won't change the problem. As a council, you made it clear that more needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. Niagara has a problem, and what we need is action. Hence the DEI action plan before you this evening. Without action, as Niagara continues to grow and diversify, the situation will only get worse. While the same can be said for most municipalities, what is different is that many Ontario municipalities have already recognized that DEI initiatives contribute to all dimensions of municipal sustainability and have already implemented similar action plans. I have found that examples help bring plans to life, so let me elaborate on a couple of the DEI action plan initiatives. First of all, Focus Area A, External Action 1, create and promote a DEI inclusion charter. The Inclusion Charter is an explicit declaration of the commitment to the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it acts to guide the communities in the region. Led by the region, this action item is intended to bring together elected representatives, municipalities, police services, service organizations, businesses, and community groups with a common commitment to building welcoming and inclusive communities. The most successful charters have been implemented in York and Halton regions, where numerous organizations have publicly endorsed and signed on to their charters. They found that the charter process helped improve the community, to influence discussions and efforts that address discrimination and inequities, and to create a collaborative approach to spark new, progressive, and positive change. This action item will be a very visible endorsement of this plan, and I hope it will be one of the first items for the new council in early 2023. The second item is Focus Area E, External Action 1, facilitate town hall dialogues with diverse communities on discrimination issues. As a community, we have not had a frank conversation on the acknowledgement and understanding that racism exists. This action plan item is intended to emulate the town hall meetings that the region of Durham, the city of Ottawa, and Waterloo region have conducted to start the conversation on racism in their communities. The purpose of these town halls was for residents to ask questions, listen in, and share stories and ideas about how the region can address systemic racism in their community. The region of Durham, that's approximately 1.5 times the population of Niagara, experienced 3,500 online visits, 148 questions and comments, and 55 shared stories. Themes of the stories shared during their live event included questions for the Chief of Police about wellness checks, complaint processes, and budgeting. Personal experiences of anti-Black racism within the community. Questions regarding the region's ability to hold varying businesses and jurisdictions accountable for racist acts and policies. And questions around businesses hiring and how they increase the hiring of visible minorities. These town halls were a big deal and a very public and visible commitment to start addressing the issue in those regions. I believe that Niagara region needs to make a town hall dialogue on racism a priority. One of the significant differences between Niagara's plans and those of other municipalities is a dual focus as an employer and a municipal community leader. This is a massive undertaking and will require the full commitment of Regional Council and the corporate leadership team to deliver the plan. Don't be lulled by the 5-year time frame. There are 22 internal and 21 external strategic actions. That translates into more than 5 being accomplished every year. This will be a very active portfolio during the next term of council. One of the presenters of the Corporate Services Committee was a community group living with the challenges of a lack of a coordinated DEI response. The presenter spoke to the alignment between the region's DEI action plan initiatives and those of her organization, and noted that the region's leadership role in providing best practices and tools to Niagara's businesses would fill a much needed gap. She summarized, noting this has to be a priority for council and corporate leaders to have any chance of forward progress in Niagara. I've repeated this information because I participated in one of the outreach sessions with community service groups and businesses, and I heard the same story from all of them. There's a large pent-up demand for community groups for the region's leadership, and they're looking to partner with you in delivering on this plan. With this plan, you have a tremendous opportunity to bring together a community in need. Committing to this plan will challenge Regional Council to examine new ways of problem solving, specifically with increasing the opportunities for diverse people to participate in council matters. Let me share an example of what this might look like. You recently appointed a regional transit commission of 12 males and 3 females and no diverse representation. I think the primary selection criteria was that members must be elected individuals. One had only to read the Facebook comments on the Transit Commission announcement to see how citizens felt the region had missed the mark. Going forward, it will not be good enough to say you can't do better because you are constrained by the lack of diversity on the regional council. You will need to do things differently and push yourselves outside of your historic comfort zone. Look, setting criteria that will expand the pool of qualified diverse candidates, not restrict it. There are many skilled, diverse candidates in the region that can help you deliver on your accountabilities. Niagara citizens understand this and will expect you to take a more inclusive approach for selecting future agencies, boards, and commission members. I had the opportunity to participate in almost all of the community engagement sessions, and what I experienced was skepticism in the community as to whether the region was serious about this plan. However, those individuals showed up and provided their input. That skepticism is still there, and I believe the action plan's biggest risk is the loss of credibility with the public if action items are not delivered as planned. Approval of this plan needs the unwavering commitment, priority, and support of Regional Council and the corporate leadership team if it is to succeed. One of the risk mitigation identified is regular reporting on the progress of the plan and showcasing accomplishments. Best practices in other municipalities have shown that regions cannot self-report, and that leveraging an independent third-party check and balance on reporting builds confidence in the community. This is also a living document, and the strategic actions are implemented, and Niagara citizens gain more confidence in the regional government and its plan. I anticipate there'll be increased engagement of other diverse communities in both implementing and involving the plan. Again, engaging an independent group to help evolve the plan is critical and will add to your credibility. In both cases, this could be accomplished through an increased mandate for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. The DEI Action Plan is your call to action. As Niagara continues to grow and change, Niagara region must strive to increasingly reflect the public it serves and provide diversity leadership to the broader communities of Niagara. I hope that the development and implementation of this plan represents a renewed council commitment to an inclusive workplace culture, reducing barriers for staff and community members, improving collaboration with diverse communities, and providing opportunities for community members to participate in the decision-making process, all to make Niagara a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive community. You asked the community to step up and create an action plan. We have. It's now your turn to show your commitment to your citizens, to demonstrate visible and actionable leadership, provide the resources needed, and to support the plan. Do not let this become another document that collects dust on the shelf. During the past year and a half, I observed engagement, enthusiasm, and optimism growing in the community that Niagara can become the welcoming and inclusive place we hope it can be. The DEI 5-year action plan is a huge step in building on that momentum with specific, measurable, and time-based initiatives. Seize that optimism and enthusiasm. I ask you to approve the Niagara Region Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, sir. And our next delegate is Carrie Goring from out Niagara. Carrie, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening to all esteemed delegates, our honorable council members, and my fellow citizens. My name is Carrie Goring, and I am the co-chair of Out Niagara, an organization that is dedicated to uniting Niagara's regional gender and sexually diverse community. Through my role as with Out Niagara, I am delighted to be able to bear witness to the evolution of our own community strengths, needs, and assessment.
What?
Named Informed, Inclusive, Indivisible, collectively advancing the 2SL LGBTQ plus equity in Niagara plus. It was an initiative funded by and through the Women and Gender Equality Canada, otherwise known as WAGE. Key issues resulting from our CSNA report align greatly with the findings of Niagara Region's Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity Action Plan. The queer and trans Black, Indigenous, and people of color, our QT BIPOC population, reported feeling disconnected, feeling excluded and isolated in the Niagara region. Racism was a major factor that showed up when they were attending job interviews and workplaces. It affected the overall mental health and equity experience when living in this region. We as an organization understand the complexity of executing a diversity and equity inclusion plan, and especially one of this magnitude and scope. We welcome the opportunity to be able to connect with the region and work in tandem to further this much needed initiative, as noted in DEA 2 of the action plan, which denotes the desire to work with communities and organizations to expand this important factor of inclusion and programming within this region. Because at the core of all of this, creating spaces that strengthen community is the goal. And with this, I am going to just switch hats for a minute and offer up my lived experiences as somebody who has moved into this community in 2010 and is visibly a direct example of so many of the key directions of diversity mentioned in this DEA action plan. I am coming to you today also as a queer, Black, neurodiverse, Afro-Caribbean immigrant woman with a visibly Black family. I come to you today as the other half of a local podcast called Medicine for the Resistance, where myself and my co-host lend a voice of disruption to this colonial narrative that upholds this very system and is why we even have to have a DEI action plan like the one we are discussing tonight. At this moment, I truly want you to just see me, the face of a Black woman who is in community with you. It is this face that fears for her Black family, especially her Black son and husband, every time they walk out this front door. Because I recognize that being male and Black means that they are targets. In my world, it's an easy day when all they encounter is a visibly scared white woman who clutches hard at her purse and abruptly crosses the street to avoid having to cross their path directly. We have learned to laugh at the white guy at the gas station that beeps his car alarm once and then twice, even though my husband is stepping out of his own vehicle and is at the pump getting gas just like everybody else. I am a Black woman who is hypervigilant, drilling into my children and having that talk with them, and that all Black families have with our children. The one about smiling and staying amicable at all times, ensuring that they are extra polite and unassuming when they're attending school or going for that job. And sometimes it's barely an awareness that this practice is called tone policing, because I know without the ability for my children and myself to blend in and seem unthreatening to white people, that alone, without that survival mechanism, it can escalate into a life and death situation. Tone policing is a practice that is rooted in the history of a time when we as a people were not given the dignity to express our grief and anger and sadness when we were enslaved and then later subjugated under colonial rule. And that epigenetic trauma runs deep. So today, I come to you as a queer woman with a family who deserves to be able to move around the city without that underlying fear and sense of heightened awareness, simply because the color of my skin stands out. My lived experience after 12 years in this region denotes the systematic, foundational, and institutional racism that is embedded into the fabric of the corporate and regional systems in Niagara. And how can it not, when the very foundations of our system is based on these premises of haves and have-nots? And today, you have an opportunity to take a stand. You have the opportunity to action a well-researched plan that is attempting to hash out other ways, better ways for us to create inclusion and services, opportunities for everyone who chooses to call the Niagara region home. And our numbers are growing. You have the opportunity today to hear the voices of your community who rarely speak out. We don't speak out because we live with the fear and the hopelessness. And to be honest, the realization of the not so subtle knowing that our concerns don't carry the same impact of those with a few generations of generational wealth behind them. And yeah, we are still trying to work that out too. It's time to even the playing field. And simply talking about this and talking about the challenges is no longer enough. This plan can be a cornerstone, a chance to step forward, front and center. And I am calling you all to task. I am asking you to lead the way to create a new pathway for a kinder, gentler system of inclusivity that models the true communal options and chance for opportunity. This blueprint is laid out. Do you all have the courage to now action? And I thank all of you for your time. I am complete.
And thank you very much for your
How much did that
delegation
suck?
this evening.
I didn't
Much
listen to a
appreciated.
word.
And we had a motion which permitted 2 additional ones.
All right, Sandor?
7.1.5, Ather Shabar,
For
resident.
fuck's
City of Welland.
sakes. It's my fault. I'm sorry to do this to you because I should have more content prepared for you. I shouldn't be leading you through this long, boring rebroadcast of Niagara regional politics. We should have content to carve these guys, girls. People? Can we still say people? I guess. So we got committee members coming on to support the diversity, inclusivity, and equity. Committee's resolution to make everyone at the Niagara region, everyone that sits on a committee, all the staff members take diversity, inclusion, and equity training to make sure that you're not homophobic, racist, or deep-seated white nationalists. You will be trained in this perverted You'll get more of it because all you're listening to is support now. So if you're hanging in for the broadcast, congratulations, you've got through the thick of it. Sandor will be next. He will bring the receipts and he will tell you why this sucks all the way around. So until then. Oh, and I just ate 4 chicken McNuggets. 2 of them were soaked in McDonald's barbecue sauce and pinched salt like all over it. And well, I'm more excited now than I was before I had the chicken McNuggets. I'll just say that.
Their experiences that we are listening.
Yeah, we're listening.
This is one of the things that
we
you
see
can do
you.
To
You poor oppressed
show
people.
that you're serious about the plan. The action plan, when demonstrated, will demonstrate your support for the coalition of inclusive municipalities. This is where the rubber hits the road, as the saying goes. Furthermore, the implementation of action plan will support attracting more talent and investment in the region. Implementation of the action plan will set the stage for people living in Niagara to contribute to their full potential, thus leading for further growth and prosperity. I'd like to talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion and conclude my comments by focusing on 2 of the focus areas, leadership as well as learning and development. So first of all, diversity and inclusion. You know, when people think about diversity, you know, we value diversity in other areas of our lives. We value diversity in our financial investments, in our environment, in our food, other forms of sciences. Yet when we think about diversity amongst people, sometimes we are uneasy about that form of diversity. It is our ethnocentric mindset that makes us think that our way is the best way. Diversity is more than racial or gender diversity. Is it about diverse perspectives and diverse skills that people bring to the table? For example, diverse perspective means we define and interpret problems differently. How many times have you seen a group of people try to solve a problem and the solutions don't stick? They fade away. So many times change initiatives in our communities and our organizations fail. In fact, the studies show that 85% of change initiatives end up failing because we don't include different perspectives, different diverse voices into our planning and problem solving. Of course, our perspectives are shaped by our racial identity, our gender identity, our education, our religion, family background, etc. And those shape our perspectives, and that's how you get a full scope of perspectives into your planning or problem solving. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan I'm asking you to endorse and get behind will go a long way in creating an inclusive environment in our community. There are a couple of focus areas that I want to talk about. First of all is these 2 areas I call strategic priorities. They emerge from what we heard from people in Niagara. I believe all 6 areas are critical. The change must come from all levels in our organization and in our community, no matter what the position one holds. From my perspective, increased understanding through education and inclusive culture, leadership, and accountability are essential to the success of the plan. Learning must include having a safe environment to learn and exchange thoughts and ideas, reflection, and learning without fear of loss are important. Experiential learning with colleagues, including traditional classroom learning, but also non-traditional learning, such as mentoring, group discussions, blogs, etc. There are so many ways people learn, and we need to recognize that people learn differently, and our learning programs must address all of that. I asked you to lead by engaging and promoting learning related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The next focus area I want to talk about is leadership. This is where you come in. I've had the opportunity to facilitate and develop programs, leadership development programs here in Ontario as well as other jurisdictions. I'm here to tell you, your leadership is of strategic imperative in making this plan work. People are watching what you say and do, and they will take their cues from you to shape their own behavior. The success of this plan depends on your leadership. Good leadership is inclusive leadership. You must demonstrate inclusive leadership if you want to create a thriving and inclusive workplaces and community. Good leadership programs, you will have noticed in your own experience, they start with looking inward. You know, that's why so many leadership programs start with what's called a 360 assessment, where you get feedback from people around you, from up, down, and across. And I'm asking you to take time to reflect on your own learning and your own biases and what shapes that. Leadership, inclusive leaderships are individuals who are aware of their own biases and actively seek out and consider different perspectives to inform our decision making and collaborate more effectively with others. Inclusive leadership is about setting and communicating a compelling and inclusive vision of the future of Niagara. Niagara needs you to show leadership by investing in learning, modeling the way. You know what, many of you are campaigning these days. And I want you to be talking about this action plan that we're asking you to endorse today. Show your commitment to this plan. Talk to your constituents about that. We must encourage the hearts of your followers. And you do that by recognizing people, by acknowledging their accomplishments, etc. Fostering collaboration. I think Mr. Kewal talked about how the diversity, equity, and inclusion are fragmented throughout the region. Your leadership can bring it all together and under one umbrella, or at least in a way that all parties are collaborating and in sync with one another. In conclusion, I would ask you to not only endorse the action plan, but to demonstrate inclusive leadership so we can further grow and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, sir. And our next speaker is Sandor Ligetfalvy, resident Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Chair. Please first allow me to begin by thanking members of
Okay,
Council
here's
for
my boy.
approving
This
my
is
written
Sandor.
delegation. As the minutes correctly indicate, I do believe there must be further public engagement. Much more needs to be said than time allows for tonight. This is a proposal that commits to an iterative cultural transformation built on political correctness, both inside the offices of the region and in the general Niagara communities. Next slide, please. The action plan appears on the agenda tonight as the minutes to a committee meeting, which seems insufficient for a proposal with such tremendous social and political implications. The rest of council and voters must truly debate the implications of this proposal. Minute item 5.5 must be pulled for further review by committee, council, and the public. The action plan is not a mere HR policy, it's a fundamental transformation in how the regional municipality sees itself and everyone in it. These are not mere committee minutes. They are a revolutionary manifesto built on a foundation of political radicalism and broken data. A foundation of broken data is where we will begin. Next slide, please. The footnote. Next slide, please. On page 21 of the action plan, you will find this footnote. It says 24% of survey respondents reported vaccine status discrimination, but this was removed because of an Ontario Human Rights Code policy which mentions that exempted individuals are to be reasonably accommodated. A point we'll carry through to the next slide. Next slide, please. The DEI presenter referenced to this OHRC policy, saying last week, we took it out of the final set in the final report because, according to the Human Rights Code, it is no longer a reason for discrimination as long as some of the other pieces around it have been accommodated for. Next slide, please. And here is that September 22nd OHRC policy for the record. Next slide, please. The OHRC policy was released in September, which is before the survey in November and its analysis in January. In June, the advisory committee's minutes included a draft final document that did not include the footnote. It presented an edited top 5 with no explanation whatsoever, but the advisory committee did not reach quorum. If it had, the action plan would have appeared on July 21st at council without the footnote. The issue was exposed to the public because I read the supporting documents front to back and made the discovery. I reported it on my website and prepared a delegation for July 21st, which I presented September 14th. The matter was reported by the Niagara Independent in July, wherein was the region's first reference to the OHRC. Weeks later, the advisory committee met in late August and the footnote was added, but the damage remains. Next slide, please. The survey recognized that the vaccine status issue was due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and there was no citation to the OHRC. Next slide, please. On the current final action plan, which you are voting on tonight, we can see certain numerical representations. For example, 1599 surveys, but we know this is not a real number. Next slide, please. 1599 surveys were included on the analysis, and 1132 were 100% complete. This is to give you a sense of scale. Next slide, please. 243 respondents said they experienced vaccine status discrimination. 186 said they witnessed it. So of 1,599 surveys, it's really minus those 243. This data was deleted from the front end, but not the back end. Please keep that in mind. Next slide, please. 24% of respondents who experienced discrimination took the time to write this into the other box. Now, why have an other category if responses must conform to a narrow interpretation of the OHRC standards? Next slide, please. The standard set in the survey itself was anything you would label as exclusion, discrimination, or another barrier, you would label, not the OHRC. Yet 24% were thrown in the trash, and with it, the credibility of the project's ostensible purpose of being evidence-informed in this approach. Next slide, please. Let's look deeper at who and what we're talking about. According to Dr. Hergy, a predictable pattern of lower income, racial minorities living less privileged lives are most affected by vaccination mandates. Quote, we're taking marginalized groups and actually marginalizing them even more with the vaccination requirement, Hergy cautioned last August. Therefore, based on this predictable pattern, of those 243 reporting to the survey, any number of them could be doing so as an extension of their OHRC protected status, i.e. because of low income, racial minority, or underprivileged status. It was incumbent upon the researchers to engage with and involve the respondents, not dismiss them. Next slide, please. As OHRC's November 7th clarification policy states, it's unacceptable for an organization to choose to remain unaware of systemic discrimination or to fail to act when a problem comes to its attention. That means that when 243 respondents write it into the other category, it is the responsibility to understand through research why that is, with empathy and humility. But that is not what happened. Instead, a fatally flawed assumption was made that the OHRC policy of a duty to accommodate had been fulfilled in the cases of the respondents. We don't know that the duty to accommodate had been fulfilled or not, because there was no qualitative data through focus groups, no examination of lived experiences to ensure that the harms of government policy are being mitigated. This is an exemplification of systemic bias by a project whose ostensible purpose is to repudiate systemic bias. Next slide, please. The issue of discrimination is not merely whether or not a government agency deems it being fired, denied education, or access to public facilities for reasons of vaccination status to be a human rights concern. The survey explores dimensions of lived experience of the respondents. For example, perception of acceptance. Remember, among this data are the deleted 24%. And this is the data set that forms the baseline for success of the project. Next slide, please. Let's accept that the OHRC has resolved the question of barriers to participation, such as at work or school, and it can be explained away. But what about insulting comments, teasing, mocking, bullying, verbal abuse, or even hate speech? Might the 24% of respondents have contributed to any of these data sets? The 243 of 1599 respondents were deleted from the front end of the data, but that has not been refactored into the baseline data, and no one plans to do this. The deleted 24% are still in there, sharing their stories of being insulted, teased, verbally abused, but they have no voice on the front end of your report. Is that justified by the OHRC policy? Instead of exploring the margins and learning from them, the issue was minimized and pushed to a footnote. Next slide, please. Having found a legal loophole through the OHRC policy does not resolve the fundamental betrayals of the ostensible core principles. The data is broken and the credibility is broken. Instead of being a force of mitigation of polarization, the region is contributing to it. Next slide, please. Culture shift. This proposal is the product of a tiny group of radical ideologues who've taken it upon themselves to manage a culture shift. In playing along, the region is being hoisted to the contemptuous position of unearned moral authority and pitted against its own staff and the public in a game for hearts and minds. We are doing this, I'll remind you, by approving some committee minutes. Next slide, please. For the sake of time, next slide, please, and next slide, please. Action plan. The action plan is a plan to make a plan. It is a commitment to an ideology, a commitment to keeping everyone accountable to that ideology, and a commitment of doing so regardless of council's political opposition, all the while giving the keys to the kingdom to political radicals. Next slide, please. The cost thus far has been $250,000 to get us to this point. The cost moving forward will be at least $1 million. Next slide, please. These are some of the action items that were highlighted by the CSC recommendation, and each of them are deserving scrutiny. Looks like we're one slide ahead, that's okay. The DEI handbook, which is what we're looking at here, is a document which is not written yet, but it has plans to revolutionize every program, policy, and procedure in the region. Next slide, please. The goals highlighted in red are dependent on survey data. As we have seen, the survey data has the risk of serving the objectives of the project more so than representing a clear picture. The bottom row, in particular, is completely shot because that data includes the 24% deleted responses. This is the data that will be used to measure the success of the project. A complete catastrophe of credibility. Next slide, please. There are undefined terms. Here there are two of them: DEI Inclusion Charter, DEI Community Practice. What do these mean? We don't know. But they get approved tonight in the committee minutes. Next slide, please. The Opportunities for Change document has this suggestion: participants see the value in having an independent organization that would take pressure off police. This would be an impartial body at the regional level that's able to hold all sectors accountable.
You have reached the limit, and so I'll ask you to wrap up with any remarks you wish to wrap up with.
Just one moment to find my spot, please. Can we please skip ahead 3 slides? There we are. This is the most recently added mitigation to number 6. It's quite an astonishing statement. Quote, create supportive structures and policies to ensure sustainability of DEI work, regardless of political changes or opposition. That's truly an outrageous plan to evade political oversight. The next slide would be that there is an alternative needed. The alternative has not been presented by the staff. It is incumbent upon you to ask staff for a viable alternative. And I believe that is the conclusion of my comments.
Yes,
I thank
thank
you very
you.
much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. That concludes the delegations on this matter. Are there any questions for any of the delegates who have presented this evening? Any member of council have any questions? Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Chair Bradley. My question is to Ken K-Wall, if he could come back on screen. He's here. You spoke about taking a different approach to selecting membership for agencies, boards, and commissions. Could you share a little bit more on how you see that unfolding?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Butters. Having sat on both municipal and provincial boards, one of the best practices that I've observed is that those organizations tend to start with trying to get a broad range of skills on the board. And actually, the region of Niagara has already done this very successfully. If I can point to the appointment of your representatives on the board of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. That started from a skills basis. You appointed 15 members, and 2 of those members are visible minorities. So the region has already done, had a very successful process of opening the criteria for agencies, boards, and commissions to include more qualified, diverse candidates.
How much you want to bet that Sandor doesn't have any plant? Well, I hope he's got a planted question. Somebody needs to ask Sandor a question so he can go off with another 5-minute answer, but I hope that happens.
So actions speak louder than words, and I think a more inclusive approach to selecting ABC board members will be in your decision making early in 2023, and it would be a great demonstration of Regional Council's commitment to the DEI action plan to open those criteria to select qualified, diverse candidates.
Bill Smith, yeah, you gotta have at least one friendly. You should have 3 friendlies.
Thank you very much for your answer. I would just want to thank all the presenters. Their passion and commitment to this whole process is really commendable. Thank you, Chair Bradley.
Thank you, Councillor Butters. Councillor Furtick is next.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kovacs, could I ask you?
Well, I give you guys a lot of credit for hanging in here because this is long, boring bullshit, and it's all going to get passed probably anyway. And so, like, the fact that you're still here is amazing to me. You must be politically addicted because there's no other excuse for it.
Our funding comes from various funding pockets. Some of them are federal, so about 70% of our funding is federal funding. Some of them, that includes Public Health Agency of Canada, that includes Employment Service, I forgot the ERCC acronym, Immigration, Refugees, Citizens of Canada.
You forgot the
Ministry of
acronym?
Labor, Transportation,
Jesus,
Services,
woman.
Of the province. We do receive some funds from the City of Toronto for our festival, from the City of St. Catharines for our festival.
Muppet shall be reserved for here G only. Oh, and algebra.
You mentioned, through the chair, you mentioned that there was 191 Ukrainians that you supported. Is that correct?
Yes, and we currently support them as well.
Is there any other nationalities that you support, or is it strictly?
So
How do
through
you
the
pick
chair,
them?
absolutely.
You know, I really should not be committed to a bit that I'm not up to speed on. You know, I don't care enough. I pay attention. I see what's going on. I know Sandor's position. I appreciate what it takes to present. I thought about presenting myself, especially for this gag order on council presentations. But this DEI shit it's garbage. And it's going to get passed. And it's a high budget item. And 10 years from now, we're going to look back and go, what the fuck were we thinking? Take off your mask.
Received about 19 families over the weekend from Afghanistan. We will continue to receive them. And the rest of the population comes from places like Colombia, Haiti, a number of different Franco African countries, and a representation.
Primo, you want to get in? Like I do have a Zoom link that's up and running. If you want to roll in, maybe you have more thoughts on this, more educated.
Councillor Billsman is
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Sabrina Hill, if I could.
What the fuck, dude? Why? Dude!
You'll have to help me when they're ready.
ready.
Okay, great. And thank you for your presentation. And I had a question about limitations. Are there, in your opinion, or are there limitations to diversity, equity, and inclusion? And I asked that question with a view to mind the recent event in Oakville with a shop teacher who has gone viral and it's made the news and such. And it's created a conflict, and I have to ask, plumb the depths and explore: are there limitations to what diversity, equity, and inclusion can mean?
Through you, Mr.
I ask you because you're the chair, and so it's very important that I hear your answer.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't feel comfortable commenting on the teacher from Oakville. I'm unfamiliar with that situation. Could you possibly rephrase the question? I don't know what you mean by limitation.
Are there circumstances that go too far with respect to protecting diversity, for example? If I could advance, then the scenario in Oakville, a shop teacher has decided to wear large prosthetic breasts, and I would think it's fair to say that it's made somewhat of a mockery of what it means to be a teacher and a mockery of what it means to be a woman. And I think that it's created quite an uproar, and I think that was maybe perhaps part of the intention. If you have seen the news, and since it's a current event, it was a great example, I thought, of exploring. The school board notedly is backing the individual, the teacher, with a DEI policy. And of course, it's created a storm with the student body and with the parent body. And so I'm wondering, are there limitations?
So I'm going to fall back through you. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I'm going to fall back on my training and education in law. I'd rather one guilty go free than, I'd rather 10 guilty go free than one prisoner executed. I'd rather us default to a more liberally interpreted action plan or policy or fundamental underlying guideline than to perhaps interpret any kind of action plan too conservatively, and thus potentially re-victimizing or continuing to victimize people who are already in an equity-seeking position. Again, I don't feel comfortable answering in my role as chair. This is I'm answering this from my own perspective, but I believe that I don't think it's I don't know this teacher, the motives behind this teacher, but if you're suggesting should we start to adjudicate every single case, no, I don't think we should start to adjudicate every case. One example I will provide. I recognize that this is the United States, so it's not appropriate or similar where we are. But in the United States, some governors, some
governors want to abort babies after they're born. This dude has gone on long enough.
Female facilities who can use female bathrooms, female change rooms. Well, let's
play this out. Let's game this out. How would you do that? Would you place a security guard at the entrance of every door and inspect their body before they enter, right? So
What the
you're
what?
suggesting that we implement some sort of
I'll inspect your body, baby.
each person who is seeking remedy or equity through some sort of initiative. No, I don't think we should. I think we should be as liberal as possible. And I mean, that's
What?
Canadian
Liberal?
jurisprudence. The Human Rights Code is meant to be interpreted or understood
Dude, sounds
liberally.
Thank you for your response. And
Sounds like it.
I'm equally uncomfortable asking the question. I do have one more question, and it's for Arthur Shabar, if I could.
What? Bill Sma. What the fuck?
Okay.
I'll wait till.
Asking questions about getting more time. I'm confused at what's going on here. Why is Davy B giving these guys more time? Unless he's going to preload the question to rip them.
If there's mechanisms for a conflict resolution within diversity, obviously diversity is a very broad term, encompasses all, as you noted, religious, family, ethnic, and orientation, sexual orientation. How do we adjudicate between diversities? Is there a mechanism in the document, or is there a jurisprudence that weights some diversities more than others?
What a fucking waste of time. Mayor Dave. Fuck.
I don't know how to answer
Ask
that
Sandor a
to be
question.
honest
Give the
with
boy
you.
some more time.
I think,
Then I'll open it up if anybody else would like to weigh in on that. How do
Hello?
we adjudicate between
Step up.
diversities? Conflicting diversities. And I sorry to single you out, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but you just kind of touched on it, and so.
And you can't fucking
So
answer
I
the
think what
question.
you're asking me is if you have a case where you have, diversity X, a female, let's say a woman, and let's say a person with disability, they have conflicting needs. Which one do you pick? Is that what you're asking me?
What's the mechanism? Is it simply the courts, or is it like there are multiple hypothetical situations. I'm sure that many are real and actually have real, but in the this is for our document, for the regional to undertake. How do we within the organization of the region settle conflicting diversities? Perhaps maybe it's between religion and religion, or between religion and sexual orientation. How is that adjudicated, or how is that reconciled?
What the fuck am I watching here?
I think
Mayor Dave. I mean, if you're going to proceed and contribute to clown court, then you're going to come off as a clown at some point, I guess. I'm not calling Dave a clown. I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing here?
that you're not going to please everybody all the time, but you have to be fair and just and respectful. And
guy's got no answer.
And
you're just giving him more time to bullshit and say nothing.
Both parties or all parties.
Thank
Sandor,
you. And
rip up to the mic.
Those are my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Fuck, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Oh,
the next
fuck's sakes.
person indicating questions is Councillor Yip.
Oh, fuck. I hope she asked
Thank you,
Sandor a
Chair.
question.
I'll just note that the Ontario Human Rights Commission does have a formal policy on competing human rights and how they manage those issues. I have two questions for Ms. Kovacs.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Sandor's getting frozen out. Lip is going yard. Here we go. Look at that face. That face says,
through you, Chair,
I haven't.
to Ms. Kovacs,
I haven't had it in a long time, and I'm angry about the fact that I may never get it again.
The validity, in your opinion, of vaccination mandates and the Ontario Human Rights Commission.
So
It's my
yes,
birthday.
as I said, we have about 78 staff, and we regularly deal with accommodations from a human rights perspective. We also have anti-racism, anti-oppression legislation that we enacted as policy in our center. And, you know, whether we're talking about competing rights as it relates to charter protected rights, you know, the Charter of Freedoms protected rights, or Ontario Human Rights Code protected rights, the simple answer is your individual right to choose to decide to exercise your civil liberties can go as so long as it doesn't impede someone else's right to health and liberty. So for instance, if I'm here and I have to wear a mask because I know that people in the audience have decided not to get vaccinated, that's their choice. But I find that their choice limits my ability to be able to protect my mother or intergenerational people who are at my home. So for me, the decisions as an employer I make by being humble and equity-based and solution-based, but the solutions cannot bankrupt me. The solutions cannot put my organization at a higher cost than, you know, someone else. So the accommodation agreements I have with regards to someone who chooses not to get vaccinated is the choice for them to work from home, is a choice
You don't
for
give
them
a fuck,
to
it's
make
not your
accommodations for
birthday.
them, to provide opportunities for them to still have meaningful employment, because I will respect that right, but I will not continue to employ someone who refuses to abide by the agreements that we come up that are also human rights protected. So I think in a nutshell is your right to make the decisions that you want to do based on your feelings and thoughts and your own research that you did. You have the right to do that, but that right cannot jeopardize myself, my family, or my employees, and we have to make those decisions. And I actually do resent the fact that I have to wear a mask here, because I do know that there are people who are not there. And
Why do you have to wear a mask? Because they don't work. First of all, why do you have to wear a mask other than to make you look better than us? What basically it tells us is you're ignorant. You have no clue how masks work. You see those little spaces around your face, you know.
Double barriers so that we can
Dumb.
provide that sort of support for them. And that's the way you operate. But that's the way we operated all throughout COVID as Canada.
Fuck.
as
I'm
Niagara,
retiring
as
from
our
local politics, okay?
Figure this out.
This is not
And I
this
think
is not
that,
an effective
you know, if
use
I
of
can
my
just
time
indulge me
on
just
my
to
birthday.
respond to Mr. Ligetfalvy's
Dual cameras.
conversation.
It's not cool.
You know, I think
It's not
if I can
on. I'm
summarize
going to
my assumption of what I heard was
what the fuck is
his
it?
whole
The bar down the
his
street where
whole,
they have live bands and open
objection
mic.
to the DEI plan is about the
'Cause it's
right
not your
to
birthday.
have a vaccination policy or a rights-based vaccination policy, and why that was omitted from the report. And unfortunately,
Primo.
he doesn't get to decide that because
Leighton, what's
the
up?
HRC has already decided, and these are
I got a Zoom link if you want to get in, you
who have spent their lifetime researching
fucking queers.
rights and said that you don't get a chance to decide not to get
You know,
vaccinated.
if you get a text message from me out of the blue that goes, "Hey, what are you doing, you big fucking queer?" Doesn't mean I think you're a homo.
Thank you. In the interest of me only having 5 minutes left, I'm going to skip my second question for you because it's a question that I
No
have
problem.
for two other delegates as well.
Oh, good.
So I have a question for Ms. Goring and Mr.
No.
Shabar. And
Oh
it's
yeah,
the same
so you're
question.
getting
So,
frozen out, Sandor.
whichever of you would
I'm
like to
sorry.
speak first,
If you don't have planted questions from the gallery, you get frozen out. Why the fuck is Dave Bilsma wasting his questions on these fucking clowns? Fuck! If I cared enough, I'd be working the back room to make sure that this was all tidied up beforehand. But this fucking pisses me off. To no end. Look at these fucking clowns. Oh, what's up, Houston? Houston, I have a problem.
Treating people equally means that you're applying
Blah,
the same...
blah, 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 blah. We have laws. We treat people equally. You know, here's where we don't treat you equally. If you're an incompetent fucking imbecile, then you get treated like one. If you're bad at your job, you get treated disproportionately badly because you're shitty at your job. Meritocracy at all costs. Fucking equity.
One person is shorter than the other. The shorter person can't see over the fence, so you make
This is it right here.
give that person a ladder or a stool so they can too.
Fuck
watch
that. The
uh,
short
watch the
person's
game.
an idiot. He doesn't
See,
do
so
tall
you're-
jobs. He
you're
can't
making
do a job from a fucking ladder because he's short, you fucking imbeciles. It's not rocket science. Okay?
Mr. Shabar, through you, Chair, the same question for Ms. Goring.
Thank you for the question. I had to spend some time really thinking about this question.
This is an actress. A blackter. An actor. A blackter. That's not my joke. I ripped that joke off. It's funny. Fuck you. But black actors have a way of over blacking. Look at how fucking.
And equity
I mean, it's
kind of addresses
oh
that.
shit. From a public speaking standpoint, she's got it going on.
Offering opportunities and resources.
She's got voice
based on
inflection.
individual
She's got
needs.
pace.
And I
She's
think
got
if
hand
we look
gestures.
at
She's blacking very well. But what you don't want to do is
how we all interact and
you don't want to over blacked.
it's a given that we all start and have opportunities that are not.
It's not my
all
joke.
on the
I
same
cannot take credit for it, but
And
it
so the
fucking makes me howl. Fuck you.
Sitting in that understanding between the differences is a fundamental basis for how equity and diversity and inclusionary process has to be administered from. So for me, it's important to recognize that the color of my skin.
How come she didn't say important? Important. How do they say it now? There's a new way to say important. I can't even fucking do it.
You know, of another color and advantage point. It's just the nature of the system we exist in. And I think for us not to address
Primo, I can send you the link, but I've got to fucking I've got to take this screenshot off. I'll send it to you right now.
doesn't allow us to come at a process of change with real emphasis and effort. I hope that answered your question.
That did.
No,
Thank
it doesn't
you, Ms.
answer
Goring.
any questions.
And
It's
through you,
more
Chair, my final
fucking
question is for
indoctrination
Mr. Kaywall.
propaganda.
Mr. Kaywall, you spoke about the skepticism from some in the community about whether the region is serious about this plan, and I understand that because I've heard the same thing.
Okay, so I'm going to say this again. Politics is Hollywood for the ugly.
For diversity, equity, and inclusion action plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Yep. So my where that came from was your corporate team did a great job in outreach.
Oh, I fucked up. I showed everyone the
When
code.
those people came together, I was fortunate enough to actually sit in on most of those.
Doesn't matter. Antifa's
focus
not coming
groups.
for me.
And what I heard from the folks were statements like this. First of all, some of them were not aware of
Primo,
or not
oh,
included
sorry,
in the
Primo. I'm
various
sending it to
surveys,
your Facebook Messenger, Primo.
and they felt left out of that process. Secondly, some of them said, you know, you'd asked us for the input in the past, and
Done.
nothing ever happened with that.
Done, my brother.
Um,
Leighton,
some of them
you're
looked
not.
at
I'm not
the
fucking bringing you
structure
on.
and the
You bore me to
questions that were
sleep.
in the workshop, themes to review, issues to review.
We joke.
They
It's
said,
loving teasing.
This is not leading to
Matt
hearing our
Vesna,
stories and allowing
whoa.
us to share our
Tommy Curran.
And then some of
Wishing
them
me a
said,
happy
you know,
birthday.
we're not
Kernsey,
sure
what's
different
up?
this time around. We've heard this before.
Yeah. I believe
We
that.
stayed. They stayed. And they
Paul Leighton
provided
says he
their
bores
input.
himself.
And
I'm
when they
down.
were leaving, they said, well, we'll see if this goes anywhere. So that's where
There we go.
the skepticism that I'm referring to came from. Hope that answered your question, Councillor.
Sorry, if I might, and hopefully my colleagues will indulge me just very quickly. It answered the first part of my question. It didn't answer whether the people that you were talking to were skeptical about there being a need for this action plan.
No, absolutely not. So all of them had lived experience. Many of them said their voices had not been heard in the past. So they were clearly saying the need was there. They just weren't convinced that this was going to happen this time around. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Cabarete. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor.
Fuck me.
Any other individuals in council wish to direct any questions to any of the delegates?
Not seeing none.
Well, thank all the delegates. once
Wow, Sandor gets frozen out. Way to go, bro. What the fuck? You put 2 weeks of preparation into a fucking delegation and you don't have one staged question for you? Oh, fuck. Bro, man, what the fuck? Primo, fucking get me out of
Delegate
here.
is Brian Blue. Brian Blue.
Brian Blue Balls?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Excuse me, I'm just getting out of the waiting room here, so just hoping that I could share my screen and put a little bit of a presentation here for you.
And why would you go to a meeting when you can do it and control everything from home? Fuck that. I'm not going to your council chambers, playing on your court. I'll be in my court. I'll be at my home on my computer controlling the slideshow. Fuck.
With the limited nature of time that I have to present today, just get right into it. Where number 8, section 13.6, it is being proposed to reduce the time provided to delegates from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, which is a 50% reduction in the services provided.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You can't speak against a motion.
Forward presentations based on any combination of research, lived experience, or professional expertise to provide counsel with diverse and valuable perspectives to help you make informed decisions. As I think we can see this evening, 5 minutes is simply not enough to clearly speak to complex issues that are important to the community as a whole. In preparation for this presentation, I spent a significant amount of time reviewing the Niagara Region website, and a lot of the content specifically aimed towards the council and the function that the council provides. And when reviewing many of the strategic priorities, words like accountability, diversity, equity, ethical, inclusivity, integrity, openness.
I was trying to give you the text and give you a little zoom of what he's putting up here because you can't see it, but it's not working out so well.
That govern our region. And it is my belief that several of the suggested policies act against and undermine these values.
Oh, wait, Primo, I sent you the link to the wrong show, or to the wrong Zoom channel. I'm resending. Sorry, bro. My fault.
And I believe as our elected representatives, leaders, and role models in our community, it's extremely important that your actions need to match these words and values in everything that you do. And when I look through some of the proposed changes, what stands out to me of 13.8, and I look over the proper decorum, and I go down that list from A to F.
I don't
Those
give
are
a fuck.
very,
It's
very
not your birthday.
reasonable and understandable terms for code of conduct or appropriate behavior when addressing council. And I look at section G and H, and please excuse me, I accidentally highlighted I. It is our civic duty to speak to council and attempt to hold our elected representatives and civil servants accountable for their actions and decisions as they relate to the greater good of our community as a whole. And as I interpret these,
Primo, you have a new link. Get me out of here. Save me. This show is like a fucking complete abortion.
The 21st of July of this year, there was a comment made during council.
Rob Primo, I sent you a new link. It should work. I'm going for a smoke. Fuck you.
There are people throughout our community that through their past actions, comments, and whatever have, in their opinion, lost the right to address us. And this really stood out to me as when I look at page 4.
Right, I guess I'm not going out for a smoke. Fuck.
Integrity of the councilor code of conduct. Section 2.
Fuck is going on, Primo?
That members of council shall not
Talk to me.
What's going on, man?
Well, I'm frustrated, as you can probably tell.
Are they done?
I waste enough time on this.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just waste enough time on these fucking losers. And for what? It's all going down anyways. They got unanimous support from the radical left-wing fucking goofballs. I don't think I can, let me see here. Anyways, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Please comfort me a little bit. Why didn't Bilsma ask Sandor a question? Do you need to burn on air? Like, we're not promoting drug use. I know it's legal in your country, but I'm in the Dominican Republic. Do you got to get... I turned you down. Oh, shit. Hang on one second.
To join
I got to get
the
you down.
UNESCO,
do that.
Coalition of Inclusive Municipality.
Hang on.
As
Get this fucking guy. Okay. And put you back up. Thanks for being patient. Thanks for, it's only political addicts like you and me that are sticking around for this kind of shit. So, like, what are you fucking doing here, dude?
Oh, man. So now the questions are off the table. They already moved past that part. I was trying to get on the meeting, so I missed it after that.
I think they've moved on to the gag order because that's what this guy's talking about. This guy's going on. I don't know if... I muted it. Can you hear this, Robbie?
Promote inclusion.
You can hear this,
yeah,
right?
now I can.
And discrimination in our policies.
Share it with you too.
And I do believe that's supposed to say all across Niagara. And, excuse me.
He's taking a drink halfway through this presentation.
When I look down section 13.13 and I read
working for me.
section A,
Stop
B,
anyways, who cares
C,
about this guy?
D,
what's he talking about, dude? Like,
E.
This is the gag order, right?
But just when I look at section F,
26 are watching now live on the
in the language of law
regionals
and policy,
website, including me.
Excuse me, language in law and policy is extremely important.
Anyways, Primo, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. It's my birthday. I want to get out of it, but I thought, well, I had a bunch of guests lined up for, not a bunch, I had a few guests lined up for tonight, and, well, no, I don't. So thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no problem, man.
I'm going to party like it's my birthday.
Yeah. What's the deal with, am I supposed to behave right now?
Well,
are we behaving tonight?
I haven't really been behaving, and I am broadcasting from this lovely location of my brokers that I'm not.
Oh, right.
That I'm not the owner of, and
yeah.
I mean, so far he hasn't sent me a cease and desist, but I want to be sensitive to like we do business here. But I've got I've got 5 weeks of Dominican guys coming on. I got Casa Linda next week, and I don't know if we're gonna have Mr. T on or not, but whatever. So I would try and keep it inside the lines. I haven't gone too far, but I mean, what are we talking about here? I mean,
well, no, I was just gonna ask you. Then I'll even ask like in a respectful way. The Sabrina Hill or whatever there is that Like, is he like a trans genders or whatever?
Yeah, he's I think a trans woman or a trans female, which means
So
a
that
biological.
means he had biological
No, but they
male
never do. Listen, if you're gonna chop it off and get the meat burrito down there, or no, that's the women get the meat burrito. If you're gonna chop it
Right.
down and then make an incision, that I guess if you go through, but I don't get it, dude. I'm really grossed out by all of it, and
Yeah.
you know, we see the stats of the suicide rates of people that transition. We see the desistance rates, and we know that we should not be encouraging prepubescent children to cut their shit off and put new stuff in. It doesn't fucking work that way, because sometimes you grow up and you're sorry for actions you took when you were 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and right up to, like, for boys, I mean, we could do lots of things up to 25 that we're sorry about later, but this seems to be disproportionately affecting girls. Transgenderism. And Robbie, you know what? Here's one thing. I don't see many transgender Asians or blacks. The transgenders come from upper middle class white families with mentally deranged mothers and soft fathers. This is not an issue to be taken lightly when you're talking about changing a child's life forever. You know, so I know we're not really discussing that here, but this is the whole agenda
important.
is launched by this activist group of less than 0.5% of society suddenly has a whole lot of voice and a whole lot of clout. You know, I'm free. I'll call you whatever you want. I've been calling her she all night. You've been calling her she all night. If you want to be Leslie instead of Les, I'm fine. Do whatever you want. I don't care. I really don't. But I also don't care who you prefer to make love to and what positions. Like, what if I walk up to you and I go, "Hi, I'm Jim Fannon. Anal sex only." Like, it's just not appropriate. "Hi, I'm Leslie and I'm gay." So I don't care.
Why does the whole world need to know? And that's where I stand on this too. Is like, I don't care. I think everyone should do whatever they want, you know, in the confines of your house or whatever. But to go and like push this on children, start to teach children about, you know, whatever this is, that's the new normal and whatnot to these people, you know, it's not the same values that everybody wants to instill in their children. So like, in my view, I'm not trying to offend anyone or whatever, but like, if you're gay or you're lesbian or whatnot, you've made that decision that that's what you are and that's your sexual orientation. And in my opinion, you don't reproduce, like you don't have children. And that's the way I view it. And I know I've had friends in my life before who've had two moms or two dads, and man, they went through a lot growing up. They went through a lot of getting picked on, a lot of getting made fun of, a lot of it was hard, man. It like I actually had a really close friend of mine who had two moms, and yeah, man, like they grew up different than everyone else did.
Here's the thing that we're failing to recognize. The most secure, safe, and successful setup for kids is to have a mother and a father in the home. There's no disputing the fact that having two heterosexual parents that stay in the home for the duration of the child's life is the most successful setup that we can give kids.
Yeah.
That's not a factual dispute. You can sit here, and I'm not saying that to offend single moms or single dads. I'm sure you do a great job, but it's not the perfect setup. We know the perfect setup, and it's worked for a millennia. since cave days. Maybe we had more than one wife. I don't know. Maybe we worked more in communities or whatever. But right now, for the last few hundred years, or how many hundred years, I'm not sure, the most successful setup for the children is to have a committed, monogamous man and wife in, well, maybe it's not even, as long as they operate as a couple, it's the most successful setup. And this is what we're getting away from. This is where
man.
We're teaching.
And I know that I was just going to say, I can speak to that firsthand from, like my daughter being my best friend and me having custody of her. And, when I got together with my girlfriend I'm with now, like her entire life changed and her world changed when, it was all of a sudden, it wasn't just me and her. It was like a family setting. Like she just started to excel immediately.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and it's not a slight. We've got a 50% divorce rate. And, we made divorce easy. And we encouraged welfare in the States. And since the late 60s or early 70s, black kids grew up without a father because it was financially advantageous to the wife, because the wife can't get welfare with the father in the house. Period.
Right.
Like this is not. Oh, let me see. Let's go back here.
Yeah, put that on.
I just saw Billsma.
Okay, let's hear him.
And we're going to do the vote on the bylaw now.
Okay. It's going to a vote.
We will do the vote on the bylaw now as amended.
Oh, it's been amended.
The section that it was changed. Anyone wish to speak
All
on
right,
it?
we all missed that.
No.
Are they going to go through it?
Councillor Britton?
Oh, Britton's up. Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of
I
order,
would like
Chair.
to actually.
Yes.
We need, do we not need a mover and seconder on this motion to discuss?
Would you move that, Councillor Edgar?
I'd be happy to, Chair.
And Councillor Foster would be happy to second it. Thank you. Councillors? All in favor or opposed? Okay. Councillor Britton wants to speak to it. Okay, Councillor Britton. Go ahead.
Thank
Gary.
you, Mr. Chair.
You should be able to see it now, right?
I just would like to actually remove refer the rest of it as well. The delegate spoke about some other items, not just 13.13, but the reducing of 5 minutes of council. So I'd like to refer the rest of the remaining part of the bylaw back to the procedural bylaw review committee. So
boy, Mike.
to it. It's a referral.
That's my boy.
I would ask for a seconder for that referral.
Anybody seconding it? I've not seen a hand.
I do. I would
There's
like to
three
second
hands up there. You got Gail,
Julie,
you got
second it.
Edmund or Billsma.
And the purpose of that referral is to discuss the other items the delegates brought up last meeting and this meeting.
And no matter how much the chair likes debate, a referral motion does not allow debate. So I will ask you to vote on the
Oh,
that is duly moved and
wow.
seconded to refer the whole thing.
Okay.
I think it's going to appear in the screen, and Kirk's going to have that appear in the screen in a moment here. Okay, Clerk, comment? Okay, we're going to have a vote on now. Those opposed in the chamber, put your hand up. Ask the clerk. And those opposed on the screen can do it, and those in favor can do it. But I'm going to ask in the chamber, because we do it by hand in the chamber. Are there any in favor in the chamber? If you are, put your hand up. Electronically, we can do it, of course, but I want to see hands. I see none in the chamber.
So the referral motion is defeated, Chair.
The referral motion is defeated.
Mr. Chair, so do I still have the floor?
Yes.
Got that meeting at 10, eh?
All right. So I just wanted to bring up, I guess, a few of the points that the delegates spoke about. The reduction of delegations from 10 minutes to 5 minutes is in a different section of this updated procedural bylaw, section 13.6. There's about 14 changes that were put forward in this update, and over half of them are reductions in the ability of people to engage with council, whether it's time limits, whether it's the types of things people can speak to council about, whether it's increasing the amount of time by which they have to register to speak. There's just so many different aspects to this which are, I would say, curtailing the ability for the public to engage with council. And as I've spoken before at length, I am certainly not in favor of anything that reduces the ability for the public to engage with us. So I will be voting against this procedural bylaw as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Edgar?
No, that must have been for...
Previous, okay.
Yeah,
Anyone else wish to speak? So we have on the screen that Bill 2022-87 being a bylaw amendment, bylaw 120-210, procedural bylaw be now read and do pass as amended. We had a mover and seconder for that, and so I'll ask you any discussion. We've had some discussion. I'll ask you to vote electronically at home and in the
Could I get a recorded vote on this, Mr. Chair?
A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Britton, and one can always request a recorded vote. So ask the clerk to conduct that recorded vote.
Councillor Britton,
No.
Councillor Butters,
Yes.
Councillor Bilsma,
Opposed.
Councillor Campion,
Opposed.
Councillor Kiokio,
Opposed.
Councillor Diodati.
Wow.
I'm opposed.
Wow.
Wow.
Opposed. Councillor Easton.
Wow.
Opposed. Councillor Edgar.
In favor?
Councillor
Ah,
Furnick.
Kelly, you
Opposed.
cock.
Councillor Foster.
Support.
Councillor Gale.
Opposed.
Councillor Gibson.
It's dead.
Councillor Greenwood. Support.
Oh, I'm putting out every
Councillor
single
Height.
person's name
Support.
that wanted to make it so people can't even talk at their own
Brian Height,
council.
support.
Councillor Encina.
Houston,
Support.
I have a problem with you.
Councillor Yip. Councillor Jordan.
Opposed.
Councillor Junkin.
Opposed.
Good.
Councillor Nicholson.
Fucking right, man.
Opposed.
Councillor Redikoff.
No.
What the fuck? I
Councillor
thought they had this
Ricky.
locked and
No.
loaded.
Councillor Senzik.
In favor.
Wow!
Councillor Steele.
Way to
Yes.
go, Walter, you
Councillor
cock.
Ugolini.
Wow. Damn, I'm embarrassed for my city right now.
Councillor Villela.
Opposed?
Councillor Whalen.
Yes.
Councillor
Waylon,
Wayne.
yes.
Opposed.
Councillor Zalepa.
Please say no. Gary, I love you. Say no. Gary, Junior. Oh, he went to sleep.
Mr. Chair.
Zalepa fell asleep.
Okay, the motion has been defeated.
No shit.
We now move on to adoption of minutes.
Okay, so was that
Council
was
minutes
not the DEI.
from
That was
Thursday,
the
August
delegation
25,
thing.
2022.
Yeah, that was the delegation.
Councillor Burdick,
They
would you
didn't
move
vote on the
motion to
DEI?
adopt the open and closed
Did
session
I miss
minutes
that? No,
from the
they
council
couldn't have
meeting
voted.
held
I don't know.
on October 25.
I will, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Jordan, would you second that?
Jim,
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump off here, bro, because Jess
Yes,
just
I
reminded me
second
that we have a meeting at
Thank you very much.
9:30 with somebody
Any
else.
discussion?
You know what? This is not fucking cool, Rob. You can't just come on my birthday show and then leave whenever you
Leave.
want. That's not
I know,
fucking
right?
cool.
Remaining no
All right.
request for
Before you
discussion,
go,
I will ask you
Yeah.
I'm going to put your
Vote by
screen up
hand.
here,
in the
full screen.
chamber and otherwise electronically at home.
You're going to have to take your shirt off
If you're in
before we go.
favor, raise your hand in the chamber.
Again?
Green light. If you're opposed,
I love my boy Rob Primo, and I tease him all the time. There's no one above being teased. He's got a fucking beautiful body, and I tease him all the time for doing shirtless TikToks. And so I think it's only fucking fair that on the way out, you undress yourself and expose that fucking mammoth fucking dude. Oh, get this. We met before. Oh, no, I turned you down.
So
Hang
I
on.
will
One second.
ask Councillor Encina.
Dude,
And a second.
we actually met
Councillor
before.
Whalen.
And we just figured this out recently. And
Any discussion?
I'm going to let this loose right now. I haven't talked about my father, but it is my birthday. It's my show. I'm going to party like it's my birthday. And my dad had a heart attack a couple months ago. And he was laid up for a couple months. And now, apparently, October 4th, he's going in. They're going to try and clean up what they damaged. They tried to put a stent in, and they nicked him, and they did more damage. The good thing is he lost some weight in the hospital. He's back at the house now. And he said, I talked to you for 15 minutes the other day, and I didn't tell you happy birthday. Well, yeah, yesterday was not my birthday, Dad. Today is. Yeah. But, dude, you know my father. You've been to the farm.
Yeah.
And we just put 2 and 2 together because he asked me the other day, he goes, is Rob Primo the guy that used to hang from, I don't know what he used to, what were you hanging from? The fucking hayloft or some shit? Like what?
Oh, man, something.
He's talking about you hanging from something. And he goes, and all he could say is, well, he's a lot bigger now, but he used to teach at Notre Dame. I go, yeah, it's got to be. There's only one Primo, and I think he was involved with teaching. And he says, yeah. I'm like, it's got to be him. So
yeah.
That was so cool to find out that you actually know my old man.
Yeah, I do, man. He's a good guy. Yeah.
He made me who I am today. So I appreciate you coming
There
in,
you
brother. Nice job. I'm sorry I wasn't more prepared, but or we have more time.
no.
We can do this
We'll
another
do.
time. I'm gonna go down to the bar and pick up a couple bands and bring them back, see if they want to play live. I don't know. It's my birthday.
Attaboy.
We don't give a fuck. It's not your birthday.
All right, you have a good birthday. Happy birthday, buddy. We will talk soon.
All right. I love you, man.
Okay, cheers, bro.
Peace out.
Love you too, man.
Right, ciao. Rob Primo, if you need him. If you don't, that's your problem. What up, Viva? Stop video so I can free up my camera. Pull this over. Gail's speaking now.
Just need to put together in an email, end of quote. Then, and most disturbing, was that this regional counselor said to the senior staff member in another email, hello, put the name down, I thought I would make Gail sweat a little. Make Gail sweat a little. After a 10-month investigation, the Integrity Commissioner concluded that I did not violate a single section of the Code of Conduct. Back to this annual report. What was the cost of this investigation? I've looked at this report and cannot find the cost. Where's the transparency? Why was this report not made public? Where is the open and public accountability? Why was a senior member of staff involved in aiding a regional counselor filing a complaint against a regional counselor? And why was the intent to make Gail sweat a little? Why did the regional counselor cause me a financial burden? What is interesting is that I had another regional counselor file a complaint against me on another matter. In that case, it was concluded by the Integrity Commissioner that I again did not violate the Code of Conduct. However, that report was provided to council. The report was made public as soon as it was completed, and the cost was made public in the annual report. So why the difference now? Why the discrepancy? The lack of transparency? The fact that the cost to the taxpayers is not accountable? Is it because the regional counselor and the senior staff member could be embarrassed if it was disclosed to the public? Why do regional counselors weaponize the Integrity Commissioner process to file unsubstantiated complaints against other regional counselors with the assistance of senior staff to make them sweat a little? When we come to report CLK 6-2022, Mr. Chair,
I want to say that I'm a big fan of Bob Gale. I know not everyone likes him, and frankly, I don't give a shit. I don't have to preface it by saying, I don't agree with everything that Bob Gale says. Oh, my arms look kind of freakishly, hot. But he's a good watchdog, similar to my friend Andy Petrowski, who caught a lot of shit going down. Yeah, he was a little crazy. Still is probably, but At least got politics out of his life.
Any other comments, discussion on the matter of the correspondence? If not, I'll ask you to vote on the receipt of the correspondence. And all in favor? Motion is carried, the clerk tells me. Thank you. And next is going to be okay, next is for consideration the award of request for proposal for integrity commissioner. So it comes right up next, Councillor Gale. It's
I would like to move it, Mr. Chair.
You move the motion that's on the screen, Bob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a seconder for that motion? And that's going to be Councillor Foster. And discussion. Well, Councillor Gale, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Anne Marie, I just sent you an email. I know I just sent it a minute ago. So if you can put it on the screen when you get it made up, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Chair, I move the report and would like to amend the motion with point number 5. Mr. Chair, it's a fairly lengthy. Should I wait till for Anne Marie to put it up on the board first?
Sure, why don't we do that? Then you can read it out, Bob.
Anne Marie, did you get my email?
I did, Councillor Gale.
Councillor Gale, it's not Bob there, Jim.
Thank you.
Well, this is where I apologize for not being more prepared. Next week. What have I got next week? Oh, Stephen Bocut from Casa Linda. He's the sales manager. We're going to talk everything Dominican Republic real estate as it involves Casa Linda, one of the best investment opportunities on the island, or at least the north coast. $200,000 property nets you $30K a year, USD, offshore.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll read it if you don't mind, and then I'll be asking for a seconder.
Please do.
Okay, this is point number 5 then, added to that motion, that the agreement between the Integrity Commissioner and the Region of Niagara include the provisions, A, that all completed investigative reports, present and past, regardless of whether a contravention to the Code of Conduct occurred, be reported to Council as soon as the report is completed.
Amen.
B, that the cost to the taxpayers be identifiable to the associated complaint in the annual report. And C,
Amen.
that the costs incurred by the regional councillor in responding to the complaint, if any, be submitted by the Integrity Commissioner to the Audit Committee for their consideration if the complaint was unsubstantiated. And my last paragraph, not to go with this, sir, is
I second the motion.
that's my motion. And if this gets turned down, I would have no alternative but to file an Integrity Commission complaint against the regional councillor. And
That's Councillor Gale. Way to go, Bob.
Regarding the senior staff member, and this will cost the taxpayers.
Fucking
I look for a seconder to this,
Way to
Mr.
go,
Chair.
Bob.
Is there a seconder?
Come on.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Sure you will.
Okay,
It's Councillor Dunk.
It's been seconded. Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Whew. At least it got a second.
Councillor Furtick.
When you can't get a seconded or
Thanks, Mr.
seconded
Chair. I
or
don't know if this is the appropriate
You
time to look at. I think there has to be a penalty to the individual that has raised the issue against any other councillor or any other integrity commissioner, integrity commissioner's report, that there has to be a cost that they pay if they lose. I don't believe that, and the reason I say that is because our municipality's gone through, I don't know how many squabbles between two councillors. One is right and one is wrong. You gotta try and stop this. And I think how you stop it is to say that if you lose, you pay. And if it's thousands of dollars, then maybe it'll smarten some of these people up and not take, they go after the other councillors. So I think, is this what you're trying to say, Councillor Gale? Sorry, through the chair? Is he there?
I'll ask him to respond. Go ahead, Councillor Gale.
Sorry.
That's it, but Councillor Furtick, I'm not in the position to say to councillors that you have to pay thousands of dollars. Well, but I think we should be more forthright on what we're doing, and I don't think regional councillors should go against regional councillors. Plus, City of Niagara Falls has a right. I think there's a filing charge, and I don't know what their whole terms of it is, but regardless, my points are pretty obvious there, what I want. I want to be a more transparent process on what was included and the costs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then maybe we should ask staff to sort of come back with a report that might suggest that when these circumstances happen, that what's their recommendation? And because I think we need further discussion on this. This is costing the taxpayers because one councillor is after the other councillor. I never knew that happened here in the regional council, to tell you the truth.
Point of order, Chair,
Yes.
and I think the clerk can correct this, but we have actually already discussed this at procedural bylaw, and the integrity commissioner said that there was no basis for a penalty against people who lost their complaints. Is that correct?
Clerk.
Through you, Chair, that is correct. And I'll just also point out that there is a regional council expense policy, which specifically precludes legal costs being refundable if they're related to code of conduct complaints. So any clause C there, we need to also amend the policy if council wants to move forward with that.
Councillor Furtick, was that a motion to refer? You mentioned you wanted something referred to staff or something?
Well, only because I guess further to my conversation with Councillor Gale is to support what he's trying to do, and I think that some of it's based on cost, and if you put that penalty there, I didn't know. I'm sorry, Councillor Yip, that there was a report come forward. If it was, I'd certainly like to have a copy of it, but I think how you're going to curtail and stop this sort of thing, make them pay. If you lose, you pay.
I didn't hear a motion there, so I'll go to Councillor Foster.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of quick comments on this. First of all, and where I'm going to agree with Councillor Gale, is that using an integrity commissioner situation between two regional councillors should only be done in the most egregious of situations. And I think it has to be up to the regional councillor in order to make that decision as to whether or not they feel it is egregious. I don't like on-the-fly changes to what it is that we're doing. In no disrespect, I think I see where Councillor Gale is trying to go with this, but the problem is that we have no legal opinion that's now being put along with this particular change that's going into play. I think procedurally, I know the Municipal Act about as well as anyone in the room here. So, the thing is that this cannot be defended within the Municipal Act. So I think we need to have our lawyers have a good look at this and basically come back to us with some ideas on this to move forward. Where, as I said, where I agree with Councillor Gale is that it has to be egregious situations. Absolutely. Just flippant things. Councillor Furtick is putting up with crazy stuff in Grimsby. Those people have been completely loony with each other. I'll probably get an integrity commissioner about calling them loony, but the thing is that the reality is that they have been attacking each other for no apparent reason other than just political, okay? And if somebody feels strong enough that they should be bringing forward an integrity commissioner complaint, so be it. So anyway, if somebody else wants to defer this off to legal, I think it's appropriate, but my view of the universe is that we should not be doing on-the-fly changes to stuff like this without having at least a decent legal piece of the puzzle
Are
coming
you
back to us.
making a motion to refer to
I cannot
legal?
because I've spoken to it, so thank you.
Okay, anybody else would like? Yeah, he's asked if somebody wanted to do that. I don't know if anybody does.
Chair, you can't do that. You have to go through the order of speakers.
Point of
Sorry.
order, Chair, you have to go through the order of
Yes,
speakers.
I'm going to do that first.
If Councillor Easton, for instance, who's the next
Yep,
councillor wanted to do it, then
I'm going to that next. Okay, Councillor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to refer this motion to legal counsel for their opinion.
That's it.
And also to focus on the intentions of
Does
what
a
an
referral
audit
get an
committee
immediate vote?
could or would do if they were in a position to review it. Thank you.
That is the motion to refer. Is there a second?
I'm happy to second, Chair. Councillor
I think
Houston.
that's an immediate
Councillor
vote,
Houston
yeah.
has seconded the motion, and there's, despite the fact I love debate, there's no debate on that. So we'll ask for a
Straight to the vote.
vote on that now. In
Chair,
favor?
can I have a recorded vote on this one, please?
As
Yes.
much as I love
Thank you.
debate.
Always-
Shut
as
up,
always,
Jim.
in
I
order.
love Jim Bradley, by the way.
Recorded vote on the motion
He's,
to refer this
I mean,
to legal.
he's an obvious stool pigeon,
Councillor
but
Britton,
I've always loved the man.
No.
Councillor Butters,
Yes.
Councillor Bilsma,
In favor?
Councillor Campion, Councillor Keokeo.
In favor. Sorry, Councillor Campion, I thought I had my mic on. I'm in favor. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Diodati,
I'm opposed.
Councillor, this is Councillor Keokee. I wasn't.
I'm opposed, but look how fucking hot I am, Jimmy D.
Councillor DeCero,
In favor.
Councillor Easton,
Support.
Councillor Edgar,
yes, I'm in favor.
Councillor
I can
Furtick,
call these out by
Yes,
the
thank
name.
you.
I can call these
Counselor
guys out
Foster.
by the way they're
Support.
going to vote on every
Counselor
issue.
Gale.
I can give,
No.
for the most part,
Councillor Gibson,
I can tell you the way. You shout the name, and I'll
Counselor
tell you what they're going to
Greenwood.
vote.
Support.
I'm good at
Councillor
this.
Height,
Yes.
You know why?
Counselor
Because I
Houston.
know all these. Well, I don't know
Support.
all these people. I
Councillor
know
Encina,
Houston. I have a
Counselor
problem.
In favor.
Councillor Jordan,
Support.
Councillor Junkin,
Yeah.
Councillor
Houston.
Nicholson,
Opposed?
Councillor Reddicoff,
Yes.
Councillor Rigby,
No.
Rigby
Counselor
goes
Sandor.
no.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Steele,
Counselor Cisco's a
Counselor Ugolini.
fraud. He was
Yes.
placed there by the
Counselor Villela.
cabal. I'm
No.
going to go all conspiracy theorist on you. They placed him. They were trying to get. Oh, you remember when they were trying to get someone placed on a double direct, and I was going to. Gary Zalepa Jr.'s in the house. He showed up for a vote. Way to go.
Motion is carried, says the clerk. So
that's off the
we
table.
then move on to
You know, there's one good way to shut down debate is motion to refer. It's like, you know what? Motion to adjourn. Fuck, let's vote on that shit.
on the screen. So I have Councillor Gale. Your name's still on the screen.
By the way, in Robert's Rules of Order,
I'm done, Chair.
motion to
Thank you.
adjourn supersedes
Councillor
everything.
Furtick.
You go straight to a vote. I don't think there's debate on that. It's just motion to adjourn, vote. Done.
Thank you.
Goodbye. We're done.
I have Councillor Foster.
Just to say that I'm very impressed with Mr. Menard, with the work that we have done with him with our procedural committee.
What's
and how
with the
we move forward
mask,
with
girl?
that.
Girl,
And I do have to
show
say that
me
I
your
was
face.
a person who
Woman,
reached out to him
what is your
for an
problem?
opinion on an
That
issue
mask
was
is
going on,
not fucking doing
particularly,
anything. Well, it's doing
in and around
it's
the
doing negative
NPCA
things to
in
you
Niagara region,
and the people that have to
gave
look
me
at you
absolutely excellent advice.
because you look like a
Top-notch,
fucking
and,
monster.
followed up with it. So,
What the
anyway,
fuck?
thank you very
We're
much.
still masking
Thank you,
people
Councillor
in
Rigby. then we will.
By the way, I
vote
guess I got ahead of
on
myself. It's not.
motion and
It's
support.
the end of 2022. Everyone knows that. It's almost 2023.
All in favor, put up your hands in the chamber and vote electronically, yes or no, elsewhere. The clerk says the motion is carried. Oh, very good. Next then is the extension of educational period for lobbyist registry. And it's
I just want to apologize for all this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm broadcasting on channels that Dominican Republic real estate channels don't care a lick about this or the Jim Fannon show. So bad call on my part there. I should probably stop streaming to my Dominican Republic channels. But I was supposed to have good guests, and it's my birthday, and I got carried away, and so I apologize. You don't really need to hear this, my opinion on this, because it doesn't fucking matter. And I want to apologize to my boy Viva if in any way I've caused you, and I'm not apologizing to anyone out there for anything I've said, but to my boy that's worked hard to get here and has provided a roof over my head for a couple months in a workplace scenario. I'm not saying I didn't bring anything to the table. 30-year realtor. This guy's put it all on the line for this brand. He's a good, solid guy. He's an honest guy. He's a likable guy, unlike me. Which, I mean, you like me or you don't. There's no real in-between with me. Everyone likes this guy, Clayton Gush. Thank you very much. And if I get a cease and desist tomorrow from your 16-year-old unnamed director that we told her tonight, we panned over here. Unnamed director. Directors are personally responsible for the corporation. Yeah. Her state completely changed. And suddenly she saw the real risk of Jim Fannon broadcasting from this solid brand name. I can't scroll through the comments tonight for my chat's fucked up. Thank you, Daryl. Daryl Walker, happy birthday. Cool. Randy, I've never seen you comment before. Oh, you're on Facebook? I'm not actually public on my Facebook. The Jim Fannon Show page is public, but the personal page on Facebook is friends only.
And migrant workers. Councillor Yip, as this was your motion, would you move CLC-C
Somebody just send her
135-2022?
what she needs.
Yes, Chair, I'll move it. Councillor Whittabine is seconding
And
it.
Councillor Whittabine is
And I don't, hey, don't
would like to
don't
move it
take
with
that
the
all
revised
as like a
wording to whereas
right-wing
Wells Ford
conspiracy.
suggested that agricultural
Calling the mob to harm them. I know this woman. We
Councillor
were
Whittabine,
good
you do
friends.
agree to
I
second it?
like Laura Yip. I hate her politics. As a human being, Laura Yip is a fucking cool chick. I hung around her for long enough to know. She went to church with me as an atheist. We were that friendly. We were friends. Now we're not, because I'm a fucking right-wing extremist. And I hate women. Suddenly now, after spending, a great deal of my time crying on her shoulder about my political frustrations, and even when it came down to my relationships, like, fuck, she knew everything about my relationship with, I like Laura Yip. I seriously do. She's a good chick, broad, whatever. Why all of a sudden you're offended? Because I called you out for making fun, for mocking Christianity, for tweeting Jesus fucking Christ on a regular basis like it means nothing. Now, Everyone knows I'm a Christian. I don't talk about it. I don't lead with it. I don't introduce myself as heterosexual, white, 6'4", blue-eyed guy. No. Happy birthday to me. 9:25, eh? This is Blue Moon. Blue Moon. Oh, there we go. That one's good. Oh, I got to put it over here for this one. Blue Moon. This was a gift from my boy, Clayton Gush. Again, back to why I'm here. Normally, I would be doing this from my apartment, and next week I might be. No, Stephen Bocut will be here from Castle Linden next week. You get what you get. I am who I am. I apologize. If I've caused this guy, you know what? I'm not doing this guy any harm. But, just in case, I'm covering my ass. Bob Gale's back up.
Seconder, Mr. Chair. So this is through Commissioner Swaniga saying this. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk.
Through you, Chair, because the motion was referred at committee, it's back on the floor as it was originally, so we need to defeat what's on the floor because your amendment is actually contrary to what's being proposed. So if this is defeated, you can put your your new motion on the floor, Councillor Gale.
Okay, that's not
interpretation by the clerk. Like, I'm not a political genius, and I'm just coming in just like you guys are. I don't even know what's going on here, but that sounds like the clerk's interpretation.
Tender on it.
They got a lot of power. So is the secretary, the one that's taking the notes.
I'd just like to do a quick point
The
of
one
order
that
to
creates the
clarify.
minutes, creates the
So I was
vibe.
the mover of this at the committee, the mover to refer, and so I'm just trying to figure out who's going to be moving. I guess it would be the staff recommendation, because we're trying to get, as Councillor Gale had sent in earlier, a different motion on the floor. So do we have a mover? Because I was the mover of the referral, not of the staff recommendation. So I would think if we're pulling that referral, then Councillor Gale has all rights to put on an alternative motion. Is that not the case? I thought that was what was discussed via email.
Was I
earlier
wrong?
today.
Okay, Clerk.
Through you, Chair, a referral motion is procedural, so it can't be lifted. So you're lifting the minute item. It doesn't need a mover and seconder because the minutes as an entire package are currently on the floor. So because what Councillor Gale is proposing is contrary to this motion, this would need to be defeated, and then he could put his motion on the floor.
Again, I just sounds like.
Thank you, Clerk.
How do you decide if a motion is contrary?
Councillor
I don't know
Senna.
that for sure. I'm trying to make
Through you,
this
Chair.
video. I'm gonna make this video.
What I would like to talk about is something else.
public
If you
now
wanna
on
deal with this
Facebook.
first, I wanted to talk about 10.2, 5.5, item PW 34.
Okay, so the personal profile,
anyone
Jim
else wishes to
Fannon
speak
on
to this
Facebook. We're
aspect
everywhere
that's
tonight.
raised by Councillor Gale?
We're at Jim Fannon Live on Twitter. We're on TrueTube on Twitter. We're on a new channel on YouTube called The Jim Fannon Show. I think I have 2 subs, but it's got hardly any content on it at all. But there is an actual another
I just wanted to explain for those who weren't
YouTube channel
who
called
aren't
The
on
Jim Fannon
committee
Show because
what the
I've
idea
lost
was
6
behind the
channels
referral.
now. So I'm on my
This
7th channel.
contract, it was the difference between a sole sourcing and going out to tender. We found, I mean, my history at city council, and it's happened at regional council a couple times already. When we go out to tender, we can find savings for taxpayers. And so that's what we're trying to get to. That's what Councillor Gale is putting forward is let's tender as opposed to sole source. And that's why we need to, I guess, vote down the recommendation right now so we can move a motion to tender. So I would encourage everyone to vote down this current recommendation so we can go out to tender.
These guys are
and
reasonable.
hopefully save.
Sorry, Darnell Walker. Thank you for the happy birthday. I said Daryl earlier. That's not cool. That's what a
Thank you,
failing
Chair.
50
So
year.
I was listening to the email,
Houston?
not on the committee, so I'm hoping the
I
commissioner
have
can
a
add
problem.
some context here.
My God. She is a more than a little bit of an attractive person.
At Public Works Committee, Councilor Rigby did move a referral to the
Aye,
term
aye,
of council.
aye.
The discussion at that time was to allow the next term of council to make the decision.
Yeah, Randy, thank you for getting in.
I think as the councilors have indicated to.
The more attention this gets, and the more it encroaches on our cultural values, the less sympathy I have for the minority group narrative. I salute you. Well done, my brother. Randy. Ski. SZYM. Just to start. Okay? Randy, I love you. I don't know who you are. Thank you for chatting in. You come from Facebook. SZYMKOWSKI. Sminchki. Houston?
So the contract had in it a term that would allow us to extend the existing contract on the same terms and conditions.
The more attention this gets, yes. The world doesn't revolve around small vocal minorities of special. I can't scroll down. I get exactly what you're saying, but I disagree. The world currently revolves around the oh my, listen to me when I tell you. The people, oh my God, I'm sorry, Viva. The people clamoring for trans rights are white, upper class, mental case women. They are Houston, we have a problem.
Do we lose the opportunity to extend this contract at this price?
Wow. I just don't care what you say. Just say it. Never stop talking. I'm not one of those guys that tries to shut women up. Women up.
Normally, I would be in favor of this going out to tender, but with inflation the way it is, I am very skeptical these services are going to come back at a cheaper cost. I think it would be better to tender it out in a year, but I'd love to hear everyone.
Hi, my name is Jim.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate that.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Don't pick your nose, Jimmy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Foster is, fuck, he was on my show a couple years ago at Sessions on the River when he was deputy mayor. Maybe he's still deputy mayor. No. Yeah.
Or whatever is going on is somehow bad. Well, it isn't all.
Well, he came on my
bad.
So I got to give him that.
Make decisions, and we have to listen to
Thank you,
our
Randy.
staff
I
and move
completely
ourselves forward within
agree.
certain situations. So my personal opinion
Oh, how
is
about
that
this
I think
cut?
what had been given to us was
Haven't showed you
appropriate
this
in the
cut
first
yet.
place. And so I'm
It's
looking
probably a
forward
better
to
angle.
the rest of
I mean, because I'm not used to playing this game.
should really get it in and off the plate and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor.
Even this game is not.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, this game is kind of fun.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the discussion warrants we should move to lift this item from the report, and I believe then we could act on that item separately. Pardon?
Clark?
Yeah,
Through you, Chair, it's already on the floor. The item's already been lifted out of the minutes. It's already.
See, this is what frustrates me about Tim Rigby. He's been in politics for 40 years. He still doesn't understand Robert's rules of order. They're simple. I even know them better than Tim does. And I'm no expert. Every fucking meeting, Mayor Tim comes up and I was going to go, where are we in the agenda? Oh, Like, he just doesn't fucking know when to speak to anything, ever. And a guy of this experience, you can't spend 40 years of your life in politics and not know how a fucking meeting is run. We have Tim Rugby. Yes, you can.
Have a guarantee rate for.
You'll keep asking the clerk questions and saying, "Are you sure?" And they'll fucking have to answer him 6 times before he goes, "Oh, we talk about it later."
With what we have.
Seriously, I love you, Tim.
Counselor
Fuck, you're not bright when it comes to Robert's rules.
Thank you, Chair. I won't belabor the point. I think Councillor Hewson
Hewson?
all of the issues. Was asked one question of the commissioner. In his opinion, going to market, would we get that current?
Hello, Bubbles. Mayor Bubbles, please play with your fucking beard when you tell us how fucking great and smart you are and how you're angling for another job. No, play with your fucking body hair, please.
It is speculation on my part. Given that the contract is for 5 to possibly 5 plus 2 year,
Again,
I
apologize to everyone that thought they were going to bought something that had something to do with the Dominican Republic here. Apparently, you were duped.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just comment that
Sucker!
It would be interesting if it did go out to tender and the costs were higher, how many councillors would go public and say they just cost the taxpayer X
Pick your
amount of
nose.
dollars?
Pick your
So
nose. Play with your fucking face.
always people pointing
What are you, a
that
fucking
it would be a
model?
decrease, but in
What are
this
you
case,
doing?
the current
Fingering yourself. What the fuck, Wally? Stop touching your beard. Fucking homo.
I'm in favor of the staff recommendation, Chair.
Now, it's only rumored. Okay? I mean Homo sapien. It's rumored that he's a human being.
I'm not sure if this is the right.
You thought I was
This
good.
report
I don't know what you
I'm
were
supportive,
thinking.
But there's another Public Works report.
Mayor Jimmy D is a
5.2
fucking
that I
straight
wanna
stud
speak to.
all day fucking
I don't
long.
know
There's
if
no
it's appropriate
fucking doubt
time,
about that.
if you
Look
could
at this
just,
man. This man beat
bring him forward
cancer.
to speak to it.
Yes, go
He's
ahead.
done it all. He's got a Robert Graham fucking shirt on. Nice job, Jimmy.
On another item, yeah.
Mayor
Well,
Jimmy
let's
D
deal
is a
with this first.
fucking
I
stud.
think, Jim, that's better for you.
And
Wait.
I don't agree with him on everything. And I called him out for it publicly on my show live.
Thanks, Jerry. All my questions have
And
been answered.
Doctor,
I'll support this
Dr.
motion,
Gary
as
Zalepa
it's
Jr.
presented
is
now. I
not an
appreciate
idiot.
coming back forward.
This kid, he's not rerunning, I don't think.
Okay, any further?
Or maybe I'm mixing up my politics because he is very political in the real estate
Just for
industry.
clarification, I believe this was
I'm sorry,
successfully
but
referred
holy
in-
fuck.
in committee?
What a face. Come on. Oh, no.
I'm saying yes. A yes vote of 10 to a no
Oh,
vote of 5.
my
So do we have to
good
vote down
Lord.
the referral in order to go with the
Wow.
staff recommendation?
Oh, wow. That's all I.
No. So the
It's
referral vote is a
okay.
procedural matter.
It's not a bad thing to be a white heterosexual.
Okay, thank you.
Virile, is that the right word? Fertile human being. It just doesn't. It's cool. It's fine. Now, this doesn't do much. Hyperventilating.
We'll have a recorded vote.
Thank you.
Bob Gale is. I like Bob. He's doing a good job.
Conduct a recorded vote.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair. Councillor Britton.
No.
Councillor Butters.
Yes.
Councillor Bilsma.
In favor.
Councillor Campion.
In favor?
If
Councillor
Billsma's in favor
Councillor Diodati.
on something like this, I'm just jumping in at the
Councillor DeSero.
beginning. They're all in
Yes.
favor. Like
Councillor
if Dave is Mayor Dave is going down,
Councillor Edgar.
Yes.
Councillor Furtick.
you know I can
Yes,
call the vote.
Councillor Foster.
I can tell you as they go Foster. I can tell you yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and I bet you I'm right 95% of the time. One night we'll do that. No, we won't, because I don't fucking care.
Support.
Brian Height.
Councillor
Houston.
in favor.
Who?
Councillor Jordan.
Who? Oh fuck! I redlined the mic.
Councillor Junkin.
Who? Houston. We have a problem.
Councillor
I
Junkin.
got no problem. I'm spoken for.
Sorry, I was
What?
on mute. Yes.
I love you? Sorry, I love you? Is that what he said?
No.
That's kind of my line.
Counselor Redicott.
Yes.
Sorry,
Counselor
I love you.
Rigby. Counselor Stenzik.
Yes.
Counselor Cisco.
Yes.
Counselor Steele.
Yes.
Counselor Ugolini.
Yes.
Counselor Villela.
Okay, have we
No.
gotten to, like, can I get out of here? Leighton, tell me, did they vote? Did they refer the DEI? What the fuck?
In favor.
Are we still waiting for them to vote on the DEI thing? Why did the other
Thank
thing?
you. We now go to the public health. No? Oh, okay, you do have more. Jim? You
Jim
are
never
going to
knows
bring
what.
up something in public works.
I mean, he's got a good
not
clerk.
do it
Jim
now.
fakes it well. Tim cannot fake it any
Recognize,
longer.
Counselor Diodati,
And Jim-
who had asked to,
Jim should
and
know
then
the
we'll go to
rules.
Counselor,
Jim ain't
Ugolini.
stupid.
Yes. Okay.
Counselor Diodati first.
Jim's been around a long
Okay, thank you,
time.
Chair. So,
Look at this
item
fucking stud.
5.2,
He
the
beat
summary
cancer.
of certain
He
sewage
beat
pumping
AIDS.
stations in
He
Niagara
beat
Falls.
drug
Came up with
addiction.
Public Works,
He beat homelessness. He beat. He's transitioned twice,
An amendment.
and he's still a
I
man.
believe the clerk should have that, and I would move that we add
See?
the amendment and
That's what we do.
put it on the screen.
It's fucking comedy. If you're a dumb fucking cunt,
And if I could ask,
You're not this
Chair,
guy.
if we could ask the commissioner to speak to it.
I'll get a
I gotta
seconder
use that
first, Jim,
language.
for
It's
you.
not cool.
Seconder for the motion. Counselor Whalen's going to second it. And
Mayor
and,
Jimmy D is
Counselor
fucking
Diodati will pass
hard, and he's
Commissioner
looking
speak.
good.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Chair. So
he's pretty much a man of his
amendment,
word, man. When he
request
says he's gonna do
that
something,
I,
you know, everyone fucking breaks their word. Like, come on, no one's that good a man. But he said he would come on my show, and he did after the mob came for him. But he did white knight me a little bit, and I called him out on it live on air. Just like, fuck, dude. Don't use me as the white knight. Here's the correct answer. And this is what I said to him live on air. Don't white knight me by saying, oh, I'm going to go on Jim Fannon's show so I can shine light into the dark corners. What the fuck? That was fucking gay, and you know it. Stop that. And I told him on air. I didn't tell him it was gay on air because, you know, can't, you know, I don't want to get him in more shit. He was good enough to come on my show. But I said, don't white knight me by saying, oh, you're going to try and bring positivity to the Jim Fannon show by keeping your commitment. No, you say, I've known this guy a long time. I know his family. He's a good man. And he's treated me fairly. And I'm fucking owe it to him. I'm going to go on his show because I like the kid. That's what you say.
$1 million. So that's what kind of drew attention to it. So I just wanted to correct the record, and we're talking it's $150,000 cost that we're just discussing. But fully support this. Our staff are working together with regional staff, and I'm sure they're going to come to the right conclusion. So this just gives them a little direction to continue to resolve this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Counselor Diodati. Counselor Ugolini. He said no.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to pull item 7, PW 34-2022. And
Before you do, Counselor Ugolini, you're entitled to
What's that?
Let's deal with this one first if we can.
Oh, well, my
And I'll come back to you.
My name was on there a long time
Yeah,
ago.
I know,
for
but
no-
I promise.
You got to
I
answer
promise
the
you I'll come
point
back
of
to you
order.
on it.
Somebody said point of order, Jim.
I just
Get your
wanted
shit together. You got to go to
this,
that first.
One out of the way, then I'll come right back to you. So, clerk,
Clerk?
anyone else on this item? No? Okay, we'll vote on the amendment from Counselor Diodati.
Mayor Jimmy D, a fucking straight stud.
And it's
Love the man.
approved?
And to come through all that,
Do I have to vote
cancer and all
Counselor
those
Ugolini
things I
first?
mentioned, fucking man.
Motion.
How does
amendment
Ron
going
Tripp have a job still? Somebody put the camera on that
Motion is
fucking
amended.
goof. How the fuck does Ron
And to the
Tripp
chamber.
continue to be employed by the Niagara region? I have no fucking idea. Corrupt.
Now, Counselor Ugolini.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull item 7, PW 34-2022, implementation of automated speed enforcement across Niagara region. I'd like an amendment to add Collier Road to the list of 13. I have a seconder.
Paul, help me out here, man. It's my birthday. I'm gonna party like it's your birthday, and we don't give a fuck. It's not your birthday. I'm up in the club. What? I don't know the words. That's the best part about doing the Jim Fannon show. Where the fuck is the vote on the DEI thing? Where's my boy? This is how little I prepare, Paul. I haven't even spoken to Sandor. I've been too busy with my life. By the way, 364 days left of summer in Sosua, the Dominican Republic. Here, let me show you. Let's give you a better shot. There we go. We didn't give you this shot. The fuck? What do you need to see me for? Check this out. Polly. No one else is still watching. Where am I? There we go. How's this? What do you think? That's it. I mean, it's not it. It's coming together. It's nice, though. It's new. It's brand new. And 200 G's buys you a gated community, brand newly built fucking Casa Linda investment property that nets you $30K a year. $30K American offshore dollars every year. Freak of the ROI out for that. Salute.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the councillor's request.
Bottle full of bub.
Technically, we'll have to do
I got
it
what you
slightly
need
different
if you're into
than it's
taking
been asked.
drugs.
Because of the
Well,
legislation.
maybe I do know
and
the song, the words to that song.
The need to have the community safety zone in place to actually consider adding this location. We would have to do an investigation, determine that Collier Road is a community safety zone. That investigation's actually underway.
So, Paul, you still haven't answered my question. You've been watching this whole thing. Dude, you dress up for walkthroughs. You play the part. What the fuck is going on with my boy? What happened? Where is the DEI motion? Have they still yet to vote on it? It's the only reason I'm here still. Excuse me. That would have been better on mic, actually. Oh, there's bubbles in this blue moon. I got what you need if you're into taking drugs.
Can that be done in short order?
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I believe we have it already well underway from my discussions with the Director of Transportation. So yes, we can certainly do this in short order. I don't foresee it impacting the time frame for which the actual 22-month.
No, Paul, you're not answering the question. What happened to the DEI motion? Is it still on the back of the agenda? Do I have to go find it myself? Dude, I'm not fucking sitting here till midnight broadcasting this to wait for a motion that's way... Why the fuck did they vote on something down the agenda? It seemed like...
Foster has raised his hand in the chamber. So we'll go to next to Councillor Encina.
Thank you, Chair.
They didn't vote
just
yet.
real
I
quick,
know
it's
that.
regarding.
Did it get
PW
referred or it's
34,
still coming up?
2022.
That's all I want to know. It's still coming up. I know. I answered my own question. It's got to be.
With regard.
Why else would I be sitting here if it's not coming up?
I'm asking the commission
I gotta
to
go.
correct me if I'm wrong. I thought what was going to happen was with the automated speed enforcement was going to roll out.
This is a live shot of the number 5 highway. You can just barely see the cars behind the bushes there. It's no secret of my location. It's the only street light in Cabarete. Cabarete is it's Kite Beach. It's the kite surfing capital of the world. Excuse me. Wow. That's not good for broadcasting. It's a good thing I have a cough button. So yeah, it's a live street shot of Cabarete at the main. This is the Ocean Dream Plaza. Ocean One's next door. Ocean Dream behind. Like seriously. I just have to. Oh, hang on. What the hell? Sweater Boy's up.
On First Louth.
Fat Cisco.
Grapeview Elementary.
Hey, Fat isn't so fat anymore. Holy fuck.
And I will just
Fat
say,
Cisco lost
the commissioner's comments,
40
my understanding,
pounds.
Based on Public Works Committee and conversations with
Holy.
Mr. Al, is that a school zone qualifies.
I
and does not
can't.
need to be-
I mean, he's always going to be Fat Cisco to me because eventually you get fat again, anyways. One time you're. I mean, how many people like?
Provincial legislation says school zone or
Fuck.
community safety zone.
Can't call him Fat Cisco anymore.
I believe,
He'll always be
of
Fat
the
Cisco.
Location that Councillor.
So yeah, this is a shot of Cabarete, and the beach is right over there. Literally. I didn't bring my sandals tonight. Sandals? What do you call them? Oh, whatever those things are. I found. Listen to me. Oh my God, what happened, Jimbo? Jimbo just blew a fucking Luger across the.
Of that area.
Did you see that? Oh, you missed it.
Councillor Yip and I have discussed a lot of concern.
I'm sure you've discussed a lot of concerns with Councillor Yip.
Martindale Road was closed for a portion of the year.
Shut
People
up, Fat.
Identified First Louth as an area to speed through.
Can't make a
to get
joke
to,
about him
the
being
4th Avenue
thin.
area, and that has not really
It's
abated,
not cool.
since
That
Martindale
fucking
was
sweater vest. That sweater vest is
I would
fucking
ask for,
gay as
council support to
as someone I
add
know
that one area.
very well would say. That sweater vest is as queer as a $2 bill. Or a $3 bill. Maybe it is. See, I blew the joke.
Yes,
That's
so
as
go-
queer as a
so go
$3
ahead,
bill, you
yes.
dumb
First of all,
fuck. Stupid.
I'm gonna go in order. Is your point of order?
Yes.
Okay, point of order.
So
I've been here all fucking night, Layden.
I'll agree with
It's my birthday.
Counselor.
You gotta tell me I got a face for radio? No shit. What do you think I'm not on for? Oh, sorry. I got what you need if you're into taking drugs. Well, I don't actually. It's just a great lyric.
Because it's still on the floor. And based on what I hear from the director, is that, and what the comment back from the movers, the fact that he agrees, so he should be pulling that amendment before we can move on to St. Catherine's amendment.
I'm happy to do that.
So, but it just takes the two movers to do that, and I'll be happy, Mr. Chair.
The two movers are okay with that?
Mr. Chair, can I speak to it first before we
You
remove it?
certainly may. You're the member for Thorold, along with Councillor Ugolini. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe if I get my button fixed between now and next meeting, it'd be appreciated. I keep going
I'd like
up and
someone
down
to
just
fix your
staring.
button too.
And then if I push it, nothing
If
happens.
somebody could fix my
If I
button.
get somebody to look at it, it'd be great.
It'd be really great if someone could fix my
Anyhow, to
button.
go along with what Councilor.
Can I get somebody come over
The
here and
necessity
fix
of
my
posting it,
button?
The urgency here is just unbelievable.
Fuck.
We've got these two schools that became, three schools became two, and right now we've got a
Fix your
student
button,
population
alright.
of 1,300 kids. So the
Fix your
necessity
button
is
right
I
good.
don't think there's any other one, not taking anything away from the other ones that are going forward now. There's probably no schools that size in that mix that we've got right now. And then just what questions?
All right. That's it. I'm just going to go straight fucking Paul Layton love. That's all. I have one fan that's commenting. And I'm going to pay special attention to him now and forever. There. Wait. Paul, let's give you more of it. I'll give you more. There you go. Paul, I love you. You're a good man, and you missed men's group today. The fuck's that about? September 22nd, my fucking birthday. Hello? Are you on the email list, Paul Layton? You blew the opener, the home opener. The fuck? You got wasted last night? I don't know. You don't even drink. What's your vice, Paul? No, really. Tell us. Tell us publicly what your vice is. You want to come on and talk, Paul? You slept in? You slept in. What, your alarm didn't work? Or you didn't set one? You don't have an alarm? Shame on you, Paul. Shame on you. Shame, shame, shame. Oh, wait. I got the wrong cut. Shame, shame, shame. Shame. See? Double shame. See? You get double shame, Jimmy. Birthday. Double shame.
The goal here is to promote safety and to promote people that and to encourage.
Hey, you got to admit, Paul, this camera shit's working pretty well. I mean, come on. I can double shame you. I shame you here and I shame you there and fuck you.
I don't want to sound naive or silly or anything.
But you already do, Rob.
I'm kind of confused where we're at the moment.
Yeah.
So
You and
the original motion with,
Ting
Rinking and
Rinking.
Whalen is no longer.
Poor Tim. I don't know. I love Tim.
Or have they removed that?
But some guys are
They
just
haven't removed that. So that's what's on the floor at this moment.
unteachable,
what's going on?
unlearnable.
They have not removed it, I think.
Okay.
Clerk?
Yeah, I am doing a great job on the soundboard, and thanks to you, Paul. Why don't you just, masturbate me a little further? I am doing a great job on the soundboard, and do I need to tell anyone where I got this soundboard from? Do I? I can pick it up actually and show you. Oh yeah, you can see it. I don't need to pick it up. It's right beside the. Look at this. I ate McDonald's tonight. I have 4 pieces of fucking chicken McNuggets.
So I think that covers it.
Seriously, dude. I told him save them for the kids.
Okay, thank you. So,
And then when he wasn't looking, I fucking snatched it. And I snatched his only barbecue sauce. So not only did the kids not get an extra 4 nuggets, but they got no sauce at all. Fucking evil like that. It's my birthday. Fucking selfish.
On that particular one, because I hate to break it to you guys and say.
Actually, I said no, I said no, I said no, I said no, I said no. And then he said, listen, they're going to go to the dogs. I'm like, fuck you, give me that shit. Apparently, there's one way to get Jimmy Fannon in the Dominican Republic that's not, I mean, I wasn't hungry, but they were, turned out they were pretty fucking tasty. I got what you need if you're into taking drugs.
Back in right away, and we should be taking a look at it just to make sure that all of these things are in the correct order.
Oh, I gotta go.
Have the discussion going on.
I gotta go. Like, I came out here because I cared. I thought maybe I would have a couple guests, and well, the guests didn't pan out, so that's not great, but whatever. It's kind of, I really need to prepare a little bit more of a show, and I promise next week when I get Casa Linda on, we're starting at 7 o'clock next week, and for the next 4 weeks I have guests, Jonathan Kay, Andy Lee, in that order. Stephen Bocut from Casa Linda next week. Andy Lee the week after. Jonathan Kay the week after that. And Max Bernier the week after that. I'm missing someone. No, Max isn't in yet. Max is not confirmed. I got Andy Lee, Stephen Bocut, Anthony Lee, Jonathan Kay. That's the way we're booked right now. Stephen Bocut from Casa Linda. We're going to talk all things Dominican Republic and real estate, and we will not embarrass this brand any further. I'm sorry. You guys got a taste of the medicine that you did not need tonight. You were not sick, and you should not have been given medicine. And I gave you that, and I'm sorry. Next week, Stephen is the sales manager for Casa Linda. We're going to talk everything Dominican Republic and buying a house in his specific gated community, Casa Linda, one of the best investments on the island, I will say right now. I haven't been down south. I don't know, but it's too big. It's too expensive. It's too much Toronto. It's too much Americana. North Coast, you got culture. You got cheap land. You got cheap resources. human resources, that is. You know, the price is the same everywhere as far as concrete and steel go, but you can build a house for $100 a square foot, $110 a square foot, a concrete structure that's $1 million look. Seriously. $110 a square foot. I'm not fucking around. Now you can spend $150, but it's like, I mean, $150 gets you $1 million looking property. Finished. Completely. Backup generator. Everything. Yeah. Fuck around. Come to DR.
The motion is carried. Next is the Corporate Services Committee. From Wednesday, September 14, 2022. Councillor Foster, would you move the motion? Councillor Whalen, would you second the motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And any discussion? Anyone wants to raise that thing? Councillor Foster.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm sorry, Councillor Villela asked for a motion raised out of this at the beginning. Can you refresh this? It was so long ago. Can you refresh us which motion it is that we're lifting? That has to be done after closed session, apparently.
Through you, Chair, it's minute item 5.4, HR 04 is what she lifted to consider after we come out of closed session.
After, okay, so my question.
Holy fuck, what is wrong with your microphone, dicktard?
There's nothing in closed session, is my understanding, with that particular item, and I believe everything was held in open
Kelly
session.
Edgar.
So is this not something that we should be discussing?
Kelly Edgar had nothing to say when my dick was swinging around in the men's change room at the YMCA. He would never talk shit to me when we were naked. But on social media, he'll call me every fucking name you can think of. Cheers. It's a nice shot on my set. New set. I support everything Dave Bilsma does, says,
which is the
period.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Full stop.
Master.
Full stop is fucking retarded. Period is fine. Period. Full stop is overdoing it. I apologize.
And I just I want to vote on this separately, if I could.
So that's your only request, and Councillor Bill has a vote in this section separately. Okay, we have that request, and that can be done. So should we do that ahead of Councillor Villala's? Okay.
Jim has got to stop stroking that fucking mallet. Okay, Jim. Jim. Put down your mallet. Stop stroking the hammer. Stop stroking the Houston. Stop stroking the gavel hammer. Jim, we're begging you. Fuck, he's not stroking the gavel hammer anymore. You didn't sign up for this. I apologize again. It's rude and out of line.
The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan 2023.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
To report CAO 12.
What's going on here? Is this it?
And this is going to be done separately. So
What's separate? What did I miss? Come on, Leighton, fill me in. Be right back. What's BRB, dude? You can't BRB me at the meeting.
This is a recorded vote.
Oh my God, I love you.
Butters.
My God.
Councillor Billsma.
Just leave her on the whole time.
Opposed.
Councillor Campion.
In favor.
Councillor Kiokio.
In favor.
Oh, fuck, here we go.
For.
Councillor DeCero.
What?
Yes.
Councillor Easton.
Support.
What the? I told you. I told you. I told you. I told you.
Yes, thank you.
My God.
Yes,
What a
exclamation.
fucking abortion this
Gale.
is.
Support.
Counselor Gibson.
Bob Gale? What?
Counselor
Hang on.
Greenwood.
Are we talking
support.
about the same thing right here? Whose mic is fucked up? Somebody's mic's fucking killing my show. That's a fucking buzzkill. The D received and approved. What the? This can't be.
Counselor Redicott.
Oh my God, this is going down, dude.
Counselor Rigby.
Yes.
Counselor Sandon.
Bob Gale?
Counselor Cisco.
Yes.
Counselor Steele.
Yes.
Counselor Ugolini.
Yes.
Counselor Valella.
Yes.
Counselor Whalen.
Support.
Valella? Are we looking at the same thing here?
Any counselors who perhaps didn't hear
Am I fucking high? Out of my mind?
I'll vote yes, Chair. Sorry, I missed it.
Okay, yeah, I saw.
Leighton, did this just, all those recommendations in the budget and everything attached to it and everything just passed?
Motion's carried.
No, they split it up. There's 2 votes here. There's no fucking way that thing passed like that. There's no way, dude. See, I need to pay special attention.
There was a closed session portion of this, was there, Mr. Chair?
That thing did not just pass like that. There's no fucking way.
No. All right, the balance of the Corporate Services Committee minutes are now for your consideration. All in favor?
I don't know what to tell you.
Your hand in the chamber. And vote electronically, yes or no. Motion is carried.
I don't know what the fuck just what happened.
That complete that? Oh, good, good. Okay. We next go to Planning and Economic Development Committee. The minutes from Wednesday, September 14.
There's no way that just passed that quick. They split it up. Well,
Move the motion.
Yes, I will.
Councilor Houston,
all right, well,
will you second it?
here's my commitment.
I will.
Good. We have a mover and seconder. Any discussion?
That's it. This is what I think about Niagara politics from here on out. I lie. Maybe I'll do an election night special.
All in favor in the chamber, raise your hand.
Oh.
And others vote electronically.
But not on the real estate channels. Again, I apologize to Viva and anybody that might be negatively financially affected by the going. Oh, hang on, wrong fucking camera line.
2019
Camera live.
2022 Council Strategic
Shit,
Plan.
where'd my camera line go?
Implementation Plan update.
Excuse me, I burped online this time, and that's not cool. First we go here,
Yes, I'm happy.
Viva, but that's a backward thing, and this is Viva. Oh, you already see it right there.
Okay, now discussion.
Bottle full of bub.
See,
10:08.
no.
Fuck, I've been going 3 hours.
Asking for discussion.
Quite the show. I mean, I didn't do anything to carry it, but.
I've got my hand up, Chair.
Yeah,
Thank you.
got you now.
Oh, please tell me
Yeah,
Houston's got her hand up.
Really, I can't, well, first of all, I can't believe it's been 4 years. I remember when we all got
Just never
together
stop
and-
talking. I hope this is a 20-minute speech, and I'll end with it.
and defined, you
I
know,
don't.
what our
I don't mean
priorities
end with it. I
would
mean.
be, and it's amazing to see how far we've come
Jesus,
and what
woman.
we've accomplished. And yeah, I appreciate that you put this on the agenda. So thank you to the CAO. Just, I guess, a quick question: is there an intention to do this with, you know, whatever version of the next council looks like?
I think
What
the
can we
adjustment
expect,
of the
you know, in
of
January
the
that next council
eyeglasses
would be
is
also
very
putting together
important. The
a
touching
plan
of the
like this?
chin with the pen in the hand.
CAO.
It's this is optically pleasing
Absolutely.
for me. And Ron Tripp should not have a job at the region at all. Has anyone? Oh fuck!
Okay,
It does.
well,
Don't
thank
even
you
get me
for this.
started.
I appreciate that you summarized such a
Oh,
beautiful
jeez.
document for us to review.
Thank you, Councillor Houston. Anyone else?
It's Houston,
Then we have
not Houston.
uh,
Classy.
seconder.
Shut up.
Vote electronically.
Shut up, Leighton.
Put your hand in the chamber.
Oh my God, she's beautiful, isn't she?
Carried. Under number 12,
There's no fucking
motions,
doubt
there
about
are
that.
no motions.
Now, Jim Bradley, on the other hand,
Number 13, are there any notices of
doesn't
motion
really do all that, much for me.
from any member of the council? Any notice of motion?
I love the guy
Seeing
though,
none, are there any items of other business?
dude. I guess that's it for me. I'm 54 now.
I see none.
Still acting like 15.
Again, it's closed session.
Welcome to the Jim
You have
Fannon
a
Show.
confidential verbal update that
Again,
will require council
I just want to apologize
session.
to my friend
Required to read this before we go into closed
and
session.
broker owner of Viva Real Estate. Next week we're going to have Stephen Bocut on, sales manager for Casa Linda.
Those who are participating electronically.
And then let me see.
must
I can do
ensure
this while
that
I
no
got
other
you here.
person is in the location from which they're taking part in the meeting or
Just mute that for a second. I'll tell you for sure because I put it on the Jim Fannon Show page. I should be able to find that out. Dennis McMaster, what's up? My 56th, not my 56th birthday. You pig. Okay, Jim Fannon Show. What the fuck? Where did I put my guests? Where's my guests? Jim Fannon Show. Where's the pages? You know, Facebook is, it's kind of like my iPhone, how I still can't fucking text. My iPhone is such a piece of shit. I've got the 11 Pro. It's big enough, but I could text better on my fucking 610 Palm Pilot, like a bastard, because I had buttons. Why can't you get the buttons right virtually? Fuck, I can't even backspace properly. It's fucking brutal. Apple sucks. And I'm handcuffed to them. Let me see here if I can give you a lowdown on where the fuck. Jim Fannon Show. I think I put it out here. Next guests? No? It's all live stuff? Posts. Recent posts. What's going on here? What the fuck is the problem? Anyways, Jesse Stewart. Oh, man. I didn't know the guy died. Fuck, and the kid was genius. Well, this will live forever.
Oh, really?
This isn't the greatest of the audio here. This is a Facebook camera. This is like an iPhone angle. Look at me with a fucking long hair and a beard. This is something that won't get copyright striked because. But apparently he overdosed. And could you tell he was troubled? I mean, if you've ever seen his stuff, you'll know he's a fucking maniac. But I picked him up. It was a good interview.
I think it's $8. $8 at the door? Yeah.
Sure had a good time. Yeah, fucking. I'm sorry the guy's not on the fucking. Oh, what's going on? Somebody.
Do a quick song for my dog.
Oh, there's no way somebody's calling me right now. Like somebody is calling me. I just can't figure out where. Ah ha ha ha! Fuck you, Denny. Poor Denny Missmaster. Oh, could you imagine if I fucking... Dude, you'd be live on the show if I had accepted that call. That's not what you want. I'm sure you don't want that for my 54th birthday. It'd be pretty good for me.
I'm next to a stupid dumb face. Dumb face. So I told my boss I ain't coming to work tomorrow. He told me I might be out of a job. Told him that's okay, working's a sucker's game anyways. I'm 86 and this time me and my kid, I'm gonna wander out our days. 86 and this time me and my kid, I'm gonna wander out our days. Our days. Does anyone else sleep? Oh no, I'm safe. When those colleagues she keeps my head bay. My whole goddamn life was just gonna be the same without waking up next to a stupid dumb face. Dumb face. Whew, it's hot fast as soon as you start playing.
It gets hot quick down here, man.
One of Arlo's songs. Well, that's Arlo's song. Oh my God. It's like what I was saying about writing from a different perspective. It's like I wrote this song as like a murder-suicide ballad, but it's like, it's not my own perspectives. I don't know. It's just a song, whatever. Just having arguments with people on the internet about that. Yeah. Writing a song about killing a woman is sexist. Okay.
It don't take much to get called sexist these days, man.
I wish I had the old footage of this with the mics all hooked up. This is just off the camera. Too bad. God rest your soul, Jesse. Jesse Stewart, everyone.
Remember the day when we kicked rocks, we picked up our socks and walked away to find the answers that I don't like. Oh, but you just might claim them all as yours. Ain't found no God, I met the devil. Brought me a silver spade, we dug your grave. I'll ring your neck, you sing so sweetly. You took it to me, bear my regrets.
I was trying to look up who's coming on the show. Stephen Bocut next week from Casa Linda. Andy Lee from the Andy Lee Show 2 weeks from now. Jonathan K 3 weeks from now. Yes. Mrs. K's son, the original K. You know? What's her name? Excuse me. I don't care. I'm talking to Jonathan. I haven't talked to him in years. It's going to be a good conversation. I can't fucking wait. He's one of my fucking Twitter heroes. And then Max Bernier has yet to confirm, but I think he's week 4. October 20th? I'll just put you over here. Go to my calendar. I got it written down somewhere, but I don't know where to find it right now. So tonight was supposed to be my guest tonight, but canceled.
Something like that.
They're bleeding. Cancel. Did I see he? Did not. Is not here. He's just not here. That's it. Okay, so Stephen Bocut is definitely next week. I know that for sure. You should be so happy that I'm muting my mic to get rid of the blue moon. Cheers.
Shouldn't be taken literally. I don't know.
Not to be taken literally.
I think you're missing something.
None of this show. Yeah, you taking art literally like this?
Sounds a little easier to play.
You're missing something.
Really play
What would
music
happen? Where's my boy?
sometimes.
Where am I? What happened? Oh, here we are. Oh, I'm sorry. How do we get on Jesse Stewart? Fuck. I just found out he died. Broke my heart. good kid, solid hang. Troubled, had a lot of shit going on, you know? Fuck, we all do, but I fucking, when I lose one of my men, and talented too, funny, just down to earth, just a skid like all of us. We're just all skids. Talented as fuck. Wow. So fortunate to be able to spend time like this with men and women of all kinds of different talents. Yeah. If I die tonight, I'll be pissed off. But I have a good life. Everyone's gonna smash the dope. Oh man, now, I'm glad I was not at your wake, Jesse, because that would have been a sad affair. But fuck, everyone's smashing the dope at your wake, bro. I hope so. Anyways, for everyone's sake. He refused to sing. He's self-censored right here. He wouldn't sing the words on my show. All right, forgot them.
She made me wait, yeah, she made me wait.
Wow, that was a classic fucking performance. You know what? I'm nobody. Like, seriously, I'm no one. I don't think that much of myself. You think I come out here and you think you think you're so great. I'm an introvert. That is a fucking legend. And he came on my show. So. No, I think I suck. I think my shit sucks. It's hard to come out here. I'm not, you think I got, I'm untouchable because I pretend like I'm not, but that I am, but no, I think I suck. And there's good reason. There's proof of it everywhere that I suck. Paul Layton, let's do a 24-hour drunk fest. Okay, Paul Layton, here's the challenge to you if you're up for it. Instead of mission, you play the music. if you come to the island, you and me will do a 24-hour live broadcast, nonstop. Okay? Let's do a 24-hour drunk fest. That's how I see this. Like, if you're talking about doing, okay, if you're going to man up first, you got to come here. But if you get your sorry ass down here, I say I'm going Gavin McInnes. We have enough content and enough guests that one of us is on the air for 24 hours. Look at the coach over here. Look. Oh, my sciatic's killing me. I finally found a fucking chiropractor down here I'm going to Monday at noon. Oh. It's been a tough show for this fucking fat kid down here. I'm not fat anymore. I was for a while. Where's my shot? There we go. You're fat. I bet you any money you're fat. You've been in lockdown for 3 years. I'm on the fucking beach, dude. I ate nothing but chicken, beans, and rice for like 9 weeks. So yeah, 20 went bye-bye. And now my Versace. I just remembered it. Versace. Versace? Is that how you say it? Versace. Fuck. Couldn't remember the name. I was trying to talk tough with my 16-year-old executive producer. Well, currently she is a director of the corporation, so she said she had a pre-prepared 2-week resignation letter, but that doesn't cover you for this shit right here. That does not cover you for this broadcast this evening. And I'm sorry that you're 16, but basically this right here, it's your baby. You're responsible for it at some level. And, you know, even if you got like a retard like me talking shit, it'll all be good for business in the end. Wow, that lens is wide. You can see. Oh, and I didn't finish my point. Yes, Leighton. If I'm going to continue to fucking make love to Paul Leighton. Why do you keep walking by? These beautiful fucking people. Well, one day they'll come in. Maybe they know what's going down. Maybe they know it's a broadcast and they fucking want no part of it. I'm gonna walk by this way. I waved. I'm like, I walk by this way. I waved. I'm like, what? Come on, we got. Hello. Well, who, Yahoo, Yahoo's gonna smash the dope. Who's gonna smash the dope at my wake? All right, this is a cold way out. It's shockingly cold. I'm sorry. I got hung up on, a certain look, and that's it. Look at my long hair and beard, though. And you're welcome. I've deleted all those burps. Leighton, thanks for coming out. Primo, thanks for coming out. Stephen Cotut next week. Cotut? What the fuck? Bocut. Stephen Bocut next week from Casalinda. And then the Andy Lee Show. And then Jonathan Kay. And then Maxime Bernier. We got 4 weeks planned, and then I have a video I'm going to post tomorrow of a guy that walked in off the street today, like this, right off here. Yeah. And he sat right there between that and the thing and saying there. And I recorded it, and I told him, dude, I recorded all this shit. I wasn't broadcasting then. He's going to be week 5. I told him week 4, but he's got to wait 5 weeks to come on. I'm booked 5 weeks for Thursday nights at 7 o'clock. If you come out, we'll have a decent show. Well, I can't promise it's going to be decent. I can only tell you that I'm hilarious. I don't know if you find me hilarious, and that's not my problem. If you don't find me hilarious, it's your problem. But on the way out, maybe I should play some Want Some for Paul. Paul, I need, yeah. Send me more links to your music, bro. I know you sent me those before, and I don't have them exactly handy right now. But you need to resend me your tunes, dude, so I can scroll through. I'm sure I can find something that I can kill time with out here. Want Some by Matt McPherson. He is M Factor, and I appreciate him letting me use his music. I think that's it. I think I'm out. I think I'm done with Canadian politics. I'm just gonna... No, it's a lie. I'm not. What's this? Oh. That ain't right. Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking view here. Ah, man. No, I'm gonna hit it. I don't know if anything's going on the beach right now. It's 10:30, but I guess I'm gonna take a walk down there. Maybe I'll sleep on the couch tonight. I'll take one of those shared taxis home. What, you share a taxi with 5 people? It's no big deal. It's 30 pesos. It's like 60 cents. You can go 20 miles that way. Well, not 20 miles. 10 kilometers? So a quarter of that. It's not like I haven't been accused of exaggerating things before. Want Some? Matt McPherson is M Factor. What should I leave you with? Some Dominican Republic real estate? Just keep broadcasting this shit all night? I'll put Matt McPherson on loop. What happened? And then I'll just I'll go over here to like one of my channels. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. And then I can go out. I'll just leave it I'll leave it broadcasting all night. Yeah, and the meeting on Zoom. Recording stop. Okay, good. WhatsApp doesn't need to be open. Nicole, I'll get back to you soon. We're recording. Oh, you don't want to see that. I hope that didn't broadcast. No, it didn't. Good. Zoom's still converting. iTunes doesn't need to be open. OBS is good. Okay, so let's put up some. Well, what happened? The video started glitching? What happened? I'm doing too many things and I'm fucking having a psychedelic freakout? What the fuck, dude? Alright, yeah, I'll get on this. There is no further reason to prolong the agony of this show. I apologize profusely. I'm genuinely sorry. I apologize for any negative impact on my friend, broker, owner, Clayton Gush. Sucks, bro. Sorry. I think it'll be fine. Playlists. Dominican Republic. The channel's called Buying Dominican Republic. We got a couple playlists there. Real estate deals is one of them. And probably what I should do is, you know, spare you the, you know, the withdrawal that you're feeling by not being heavily invested in Dominican Republic real estate. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You can buy a little condo for 70 G's over here. It rents for $800 a month. Figure out the ROI on that. And you can come anytime you want. In a gated community with a fucking 75-foot long pool. And a like 24-hour security, no problems. Okay. There's one problem I have. I'll tell you about it next week with Stephen Bocat. Play all. This is what we do. This is how we roll. And then we just broadcast all night. My show's already too long to put up on iTunes and stuff, like, because I need to cut it down to like an hour. So I might as well just go for it. I gotta pee, but I think we're good. I think we got this playlist ready to rock. Except my bandwidth is good. Leighton, you still with me? Holy shit, man, you're dedicated. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, brother. Yeah, well, dude, just book a one-way flight down here, Leighton. And get you a $500 fucking rental on the beach. No, not on the beach. But $500 for a rental is not out of the question. And you don't even got to go into the local neighborhoods. Where's my boy? Fuck. I got the fucking security guard, 24/7 security, even outside my office. And these guys are my favorite fucking guys ever. Alright, so we're going on playlist. I'm gonna go to the bar and leave you with this, with the Matt McPherson in the background. What happened? What happened? Hey, Paulie, did you know that? Oh, what happened was Dean Blundell? Dean Blundell was genius. And I've grown to really despise and hate the man, but what happened? What happened was genius. What happened? All right, I gotta call somebody back. Okay, so real estate, that's it. Okay. I gotta go. All right. Live from Cabarete, it's the Jim Fannon Show birthday edition. Good night now.